चाहिए इसकी
हेलो।
जो बोलेंगे तो
आ रहा है मेरा।
नहीं, इसे नहीं दीजिए, लेकिन ये बता रहे डायरेक्ट स्प्लिटर में स्प्लिटर में डाल दीजिए, यहाँ से फीड में डायरेक्ट स्प्लिटर में उसकी जूम वाला है। ये होता ही है नहीं, अब बता दें हमें नहीं है, इन्हें है इसमें डाल।
इसको चेंज
हेलो हेलो। हेलो चेक हेलो।
साउंड क्लियर है?
ठीक हाँ है साउंड आ रही है। साउंड आ रही है सर।
क्लियर है। कनेक्शन अनस्टेबल बता रहे हैं। उसको स्विच हो जाइए लैपटॉप पर। क्या दिख रहा है? गाड़ी दिख रहा है।
डेस्कटॉप डेस्कटॉप है सर।
फोल्डर में देखिए ना, बैनर होगा, कॉपी किया है।
हेलो। बढ़िया
ऑफिस से नहीं रख पाए।
बढ़िया रहना चाहिए यहाँ पे।
सूरज कौन है?
हाँ बुक है। हेलो हेलो।
2 मिनट।
और ये सब
पे के लिए बोले किसी को?
हाँ आ रहा है।
जूम पर केवल ऑडियंस अभी देखेंगे। जूम का ऑडियंस क्या दिख रहा है?
जूम कर सकते ये जूम पर ये दिख रहा है बैनर दिख रहा है मैं सकता बैनर। हेलो।
बैनर क्या ही दिख रहा है?
वो चेंज बैनर बोल बोलने के लिए
आप आगे
चेंज कर दीजिए लाइव।
जूम वाले ऑडियंस क्या दिखेगा?
हम दिखाएंगे सर ये लाइव दिख रहा है।
लाइव दिखाइए।
हाँ तो अभी लाइव दिख रहा है। आप पीपीटी
कैमरा बोलिए ठीक करने की,
खोल देंगे।
तो दिखाएंगे लाइव। कौन लड़का है?
हेलो चेक। हेलो चेक। हेलो चेक।
Good morning. I hope you are all doing well and excited for this 2 day conference on urban challenges focused on India and Patna. As we know, cities in developing countries face many challenges like congestion, lack of infrastructure, atmospheric pollution, and others. Indian cities, and in particular Patna, are no exception. This conference is an attempt to bring together various relevant parties, policymakers, urban planners, and scholars to bring for solution to such problem with focus on India and especially in Patna. My name is Pooja Kumari and I welcome you all for this conference organized by Center for Studies on Environment and Climate at the Asian Development Research Institute, Patna. Our chief guest is on the way, so there is some delay. So let's begin our inaugural session. And to begin this session, I would like to invite Professor Ajit Sinha, Director of Adri Patna, on the stage to deliver the welcome address. Thank you.
Thank you, Pooja. Can I speak from there? Can I speak from there? Yeah, okay. Well, as you heard that because of some unavoidable circumstances, minister is delayed, but we don't want to delay the whole thing too long. So we would start, and then when minister is here, we will have his inaugural speech. Uh, so uh, it is indeed a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to this conference. And and at the outset, let me thank our colleague Siddharth Mitra from Jadavpur University, who was critical in organizing this conference. And we are very thankful to you, Siddharth, for doing this. And so let me give you very briefly the context of this conference. I am Ajit Sinha. I am director of ADRI. I joined the institute only recently and uh, like to share a little bit of some of the ideas we are together working on. And there are a couple of ideas, broad ideas we are working on. One is to make ADRI a hub of interdisciplinary research. And this is a much bigger idea because interdisciplinary research would also include not only social sciences, but humanities as well, like history, philosophy, literature, and things like that. So that idea requires a lot of resources and it's a much difficult task, but we are working on that. On the other prong, the idea is to, basically do applied research, which Adri is known for, and take Bihar as the empirical space and take up a few big issues related to to overall development of the state. So, for example, urban development and environment, health, education, economic development, etc. So, 4 or 5 issues, and then do a comprehensive research on where do we stand right now and where we need to go, what kind of resources we have, and then work out a plan to to get to where we want to get to within certain period of time, let's say 5 years, 7 years horizon. And so this is just one of the beginnings. Uh, the the basic idea is to push back a little bit on this culture of jugaad, because I mean, we have the culture of jugaad, and as far as I understand, to me, what it means is that, we are very innovative when we are faced with a problem. And when we are faced with a problem, we try to solve it, but we don't plan ahead to avoid a problem. And so the idea here is to let's plan at least 5, 7, 8 years, maybe 10 years. So that's where the intellectual energy of Bihar should concentrate, take big issues, do the research, work out a plan. Where do you want to go? How do you want to go? How much resources we have, what we can do practically, what we cannot do, etc., etc. So on the issue of, because urban issues are going to become more and more important given global warming and things like that, and in general uh, growth, economic growth. So urban, we thought that maybe this is one of the issues we should start with. So the idea of the problem with urbanization, and then the related environmental issues, and the idea was to bring the leading minds together and get some ideas, and after that develop a comprehensive proposal to do research. And as we go on doing research, we will have many such meetings, sometimes smaller, sometimes bigger. And then within a year or year and a half, we come up with something which is meaningful, which we can present in the public domain for larger discussions, and for the government to take a look at and see if they can implement something or not, etc., etc. So that's the basic idea behind this. This is just the beginning. And so I hope all of you had a good night's sleep. And I again welcome you all to the conference. And the next session is a position paper on Patna. Adri has few research cells. One is the environment research cell, which Pooja just explained to you. Other one is very active. Other active cell is on health. And on health, we are doing quite a bit, and very soon we will organize something like that also on health, to develop a very comprehensive research proposal on the health issues as well. So thank you for coming, and we would start the next session very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sinha, for your overwhelming speech. Now, I would like to invite Anshuman Kumar, Project Coordinator of CSE Kadri Patna, Ms. Gajal Hashmi, Research Associate, CSE Kadri Patna, for the next position paper presentation, which is focused on waste management and air pollution in the city of Patna. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Okay, I would be sharing this, and I have to say that one of the participants, Sunil, is with the minister, so he's not able to be here. So I will try and present his part. All right. Their nameplate is not here.
So, good morning, everyone. And I, along with my team, is going to present the position paper on municipal solid waste management in Patna, air pollution, and climate change vulnerability assessment in Patna. Now, to start with the solid waste management, So the definition says that the whatever waste or any reject that is produced within the municipal boundary that comes under the municipal solid waste management. And to give you a figure about that, the waste generation in India is 670 grams per day per capita, whereas compared to Patna, which is 790 grams per day per capita. And when we see the solid waste management in an urban city, we generally see on the 4 to 5 steps, that is waste generation, waste handling, collection, transportation, segregation, and last is the disposal. So, on the right, we can see the map of Patna ward. The map depicts the generation of municipal solid waste per day in each ward. And the ward which are colored with blue represent that the ward having the greater municipal solid waste generation per day as compared to wards that are marked in green and yellow. This is the result of because of higher socioeconomic levels in these wards. So the areas having higher social economic level generates more solid waste per day. So it is estimated that Patna currently generates around 1,893 tons of waste per day. And it has increased from 1,000 tons per day in 2011 to 1,893 in right now. And it will increase to 2,500 tons per day by 2036. Now, if you see the composition of waste in Patna, there is 55% belongs to biodegradable and 29% belongs to non-biodegradable, in which non-biodegradable components are textile, ceramics, bricks, leather, rubber, plastic, metal, glass, and the higher percentages of slit and ash. Whereas the biodegradable percentage comprises of paper, animal waste, wood matter, agricultural waste, haze, and the very big amount belongs to kitchen waste and vegetables. Now, if we see the facilities, treatment facilities of in Patna, so we have when we see the biodegradable waste processing plants facilities in Patna, Patna generates about 1,041 tons per day of biodegradable waste, in which the Patna have the capacity to process 55% of waste, and it requires more 45% of capacity, but the capacity utilization is at 0%. When we see at the non-biodegradable waste, the Patna generates about 851 tons per day, in which Patna have the capacity of 79% of processing, in which 21% is required at the time, in which Patna only utilizes the 23% of the capacity. In the sewage treatment plant facility, Patna generates about 632 million liters per day. The treatment capacity in Patna is 93%, and it requires of most 7%, in which currently Patna utilizes 15%. To understand yeah. Okay, so this slide represents the flow of solid waste management in Patna. So if you understand that estimated waste generation is 1,893 tons per day, in which 81% of waste is only collected in Patna. And the major sources of waste generation in Patna are households, commercial, public buildings, hospital, in which household is around 43% and commercial is around 53%, in which the collection process is of two types, which is one is directly from the Patna municipal waste collection vehicle, which directly goes to transfer plants, and second is the from the small private dealers, which collects waste from public buildings and hospitals because of their pre-segregation. And there are some unorganized sector that are involved in between, like rag pickers and small dealers, which also into the system, but unorganized. And at the last, from the transfer station, it directly goes to landfill, that is around 1,346 tons per day. So if we see only the 20% of the waste is being segregated and treated in Patna, and rest 75% that ends up in landfill site. So it poses a very serious problem, and already our landfill has been accumulated with our legacy waste. Yeah, so this is whole representation of Patna solid waste, and now um, yeah.
Okay, so this presentation was supposed to be by Sunil, but he's not here. Who is this? आप कौन कौन बात कर रहे हैं टेलीफोन पर? Okay. If you have to speak on telephone to anybody, please go out and talk and not here. Thank you. Now, so the next issue is air pollution, right? You have a slide. Okay, so you see, there are about 6 air pollutant which are considered to be very seriously harmful to human beings, and they're listed out there: carbon monoxide, ground level, etc., sulfur dioxide. But there are two. Can you give me the next slide? Yeah. So these are the sources. Go on further. Yeah. But if you look at this, you will find that PM 2.5 and PM 1.0, or PM10, sorry, PM10. These two, in Patna, we have a time series from 2017 to 2023, so it's not a very long one. But you can see that these two are well above the standard, which is 40 and 60. So more than twice. In the case of PM10 is about 3 times. But the rest of them are pretty much under control. Most of them. NH3 appears to be high, but the rest of them seem to be more or less under control. So these two are, and why they are under control, etc. We can, they have done some research and one can talk about it. But given the paucity of time, we're just going to concentrate on PM 2.5 and PM 10. But one thing which we see, which is encouraging in the trend, onto the trend, yeah, is that, of course, you see that during the COVID period, you have a sharp dip, which is expected, and after that, you have a rise. But if you look at the general trend, you have PM 2.5 is significantly declining from 2017 to 2023, and PM10 is more or less horizontal but slight decline. So the question would be, something government may be doing is showing up in the right direction. And one of the reasons could be that government has done a few things. One is that Ujjwala Yojana came around, 2016, but also most of the auto now in Patna have been converted into electric from diesel or petrol or whatever. And then also government has introduced a lot of electric buses and has banned, if I'm not wrong, diesel
Yes.
trucks, right?
Yeah, more than 10 years.
Yeah, so diesel trucks have been banned. So all these probably are showing up in the data, but still it is very, very high compared to the standards. So we need to do more. We need to also think about what other sources are where we have to now concentrate. So PM10 to a large extent, a lot of it is road dust and things of that nature. A lot of it comes from the sand beaches and things like that, and quite a lot of them are due to construction. And so those are the areas where one needs to look at. uh, have anything more here?
Um,
Okay, so that's the overall picture on the air pollution. And now we have uh, 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 Ghazal, who would be presenting on global warming.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm Ghazal Hashim, working as a research associate at ADRI. So this is the paper basically on climate change vulnerability assessment, focusing on heat stress for Patna Municipal Corporation. It is a small snippet of the project we are conducting right now. So this project arises of the idea that the IIT has studied that out of 50 districts, 14 districts were most vulnerable in Patna. And in 2019, more than 100 heat wave is a scenario when if in the plain areas 40 degrees Celsius is increased for consecutive 2 days, so it is considered as a heat wave, and in the hill area it is 30 degrees Celsius. So heat wave has been increasing at the rate of 0.07 days per year, and in 2012 there was 33 days of the heat waves over the summer period. Okay, so you look at the graph. So how the temperature has changed over the 4 decades. The trend shows that the maximum temperature has about 0.1 degrees Celsius per decade, and the annual minimum temperature is 0.18 degrees Celsius per decade, which shows an interesting fact that the time temperature is increasing. That is the difference between the daytime temperature and the nighttime temperature is decreasing, which can have a various health impact. According to some studies, it has showed that if the night is hotter, it will be more than 50% fatality can be occurred due to that. And this is the graph for the relative humidity, how it has been changed. If you look at the graph, the trend has been decreasing over 0.09% per decade. But if you look at the graph of the monthly distribution, so March and April has lowest amount of humidity, that is the uh, almost 40%, and July and August has 79.83%, that is the monsoon level. So we can say that okay, the summer times is very hot and dry. This figure shows that the land surface temperature for for Patna Municipal Corporation, that in April 2023, that is the highest amount of LST that occurred, was 44 degrees Celsius, and the minimum was 28 degrees Celsius. Over the right, you can see that over the period of 4 decades, the LST have been increasing over all the pre-monsoon months, that is March, April, May, and June. So what is causing this change in temperature? Change in temperature is basically due to the two reasons, that is the climate change and urbanization. So the to segregate them, how it has been affected, has been very difficult, but some of the studies have done that. One of the study did that the 70 to 80% contribution of heat wave was due to urbanization, and other did that 60% of the effect is due to the urbanization. One of the method of quantification of urbanization effect is that if you consider the rural areas which is close to the urban areas, so that the climate effect, climate scenario is similar to the urban areas, but it is not very far away, but it is also close enough. So if we consider that as a global, it is caused due to climate change, and so if you minus it from the urban heat stress, you can get the urban effect. So how much effect is of the Patna? If you see the difference between the LST of the urban and minus LST of the rural, you can see that the trend has been increasing, that is 0.05 degrees Celsius over the from 2003 and 20, depicting that due to the urbanization. One of the studies said that the urban effect of Patna is almost 0.43 degrees per decade and ranks fourth among the top 20 warming cities of India, and the urban contribution is 67%. That is ranks among third among the top 20 warming cities of India. So if you see that how it has been changing, so now question come, urbanization is increasing or not? The spatial analysis shows that over the 4 decades, that is from 1994 to 2023, there has been increase in the built up area about 122%, and the vegetation has decreased, that is minus 77%, and also water bodies has been decreasing. So this shows that the urbanization has built up area has increased. So what has caused the change in urban built up area? Some unchanged built up area is only 41%, but the non built up area, that is the vegetation, barren land, and water bodies has changed to the built up area is about 55%, and the built up area to non built up area is only 8%. This shows that the urbanization is the root cause of climate change in Patna. So we need to have some studies related to that. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Garal. So the next roundtable is pretty much around these issues. So it will be discussed further, and we will have opportunity to have discussions with the other participants. Uh, just one point I wanted to make. I learned from Ghazal only recently, and I think it's a very interesting data that the rate of increase of temperature of daytime is lower, significantly lower than the rate of increase of the nighttime temperature, which basically says that the band within which 24-hour temperature moves is becoming narrower and narrower. Now, this must have significant impact on the whole ecosystem. So when we talk about global warming, we usually only talk about the general average rise in temperature, but this particular fact should be looked into more deeply, I think, and there could be much more to learn from this trend, and think about what does that mean. So at this time, we could break for a quick tea, and then we assemble back at our given time, which is 11:15 for the roundtable one, right? So we can break for tea. Thank you. So we got the news that minister is leaving 5 to 10 minutes. So I would request that if you want tea, please bring your tea to the room, and we will prepare for minister's inaugural speech. यहाँ पे वो लगा लो।
Good morning, sir. It's my honor to welcome our esteemed chief guest, Honorable Minister Dr. Prem Kumar, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of Bihar. I request Dr. Ashmita Gupta, Member Secretary Yadri, to please offer a bouquet to our Honorable Minister Dr. Prem Kumar. Now I request Professor Ajit Sinha to felicitate our chief guest with the memento of thanks. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Sinha to felicitate our minister. Thank you.
It is indeed an honor for me to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Prem Kumar, Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Dr. Prem Kumar is currently a Cabinet Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change in the government of Bihar. He is also Bihar's former Minister of Agriculture, Road Construction, as well as that of Public Health Engineering. He has been a member of the Bihar Legislative Assembly since 1990 and holds a PhD from Magad University, Bihar. During the course of his career, he has received prestigious accolades like the Nirmal Gram Award 2007, bestowed on him by the then President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, for excellent performance as a Minister of Public Health Engineering. Excellence Award given by Sri Pranab Mukherjee, the then President of India, to the Department of Road Construction in the category of Best Road Construction when he headed the Department of Road Construction. Rashtriya Krishi Karman Award 2018 bestowed on him by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi for achieving a plentiful production of maize, and the Rashtriya Krishi Karman Award 2020, again given by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi for producing bountiful quantities of maize and wheat. It is indeed an honor for me to now request our chief guest to deliver his inaugural lecture.
मौजूद लोग हैं मतलब निर्देश में सारे लोग हैं ना आप अर्जुन अर्बन चैलेंज ऑन इंडिया एंड पटना विषय पर आज कम जो हमारे डायरेक्टर आदि हलो प्रयास किया गया है, माननीय प्रोफेसर अजीत सिन्हा जी, मेंबर सेक्रेटरी अस्मिता गुप्ता जी, इस कार्यक्रम में भाग ले रहे मिस्टर अनूप कुमार मल्होत्रा जी, मिसेज मिता राय जी, डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार राय जी, मिस्टर आकाश हिंग रानी जी, प्रोफेसर अजीत सिन्हा जी सहित आज के इस कार्यक्रम में सम्मिलित विभिन्न भारत बिलवा विभिन्न राज्यों से आए हुए हमारे सभी सम्मानित प्रतिनिधिगण और इस मौके पर सभी हमारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया, प्रिंट मीडिया, सोशल मीडिया के पत्रकार मित्रों से आज पटना की पावन धरती पर, और मैं ऐसे लगातार देख रहा हूं आदरी के द्वारा लंबे समय से बिहार और देश के लिए विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में इस तरह का सरकार को दिशा सरकार को स्टेप करने का काम कर रहे हैं, लोगों में एक जागृति पैदा भी किया जा रहा है। तो आज आदरी द्वारा आयोजित अर्बन चैलेंजेज इंडिया एंड पटना विषय पर आज के इस 2 सम्मेलन में मुझे भी आज सम्मिलित होने का मौका मिला है। मैं अपनी ओर से आदरी के अध्यक्ष, सचिव, समस्त परिवार के प्रति आभार प्रकट करता हूं। जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि बिहार की अर्थव्यवस्था कृषि आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था है, लेकिन शहरीकरण की प्रक्रिया कृषि आधारित अर्थव्यवस्था से उद्योग और सेवा क्षेत्र के सब में संक्रमण काफी बढ़ी है। शहरीकरण के विकास के साथ साथ व्यक्तिगत, सामाजिक, राज्य और देश का विकास होता है, परंतु बिहार के शहरीकरण की प्रक्रिया बहुत देर से प्रारंभ हुई, क्योंकि औद्योगिक और सेवा क्षेत्रों की वृद्धि दर बहुत कम थी। हाल के समय में इन क्षेत्रों में तेज विकास के कारण राज्य में शहरीकरण की प्रक्रिया तेजी में आई है। 2011 की जनगणना के अनुसार भारत के औसत 31.2% शहरीकरण दर की तुलना में बिहार की शहरीकरण दर केवल 11.3% है। 2022 के अनुमानित आंकड़ों के अनुसार बिहार में 16.2% शहरीकरण है। भारत की शहरी आबादी में बिहार अपेक्षाकृत कम 31% शहरीकृत है। दुनिया भर में शहरीकरण और जलवायु परिवर्तन के बीच एक निश्चित संबंध है और भारत तथा बिहार इसका बात नहीं है। शहरीकरण समग्र विकास के लिए आवश्यक है, परंतु विकास वैसा होना चाहिए जो टिकाऊ, प्रगति ऐसी हो जिससे विकास और प्राकृतिक संसाधनों के बीच सामंजस्य बना रहे। बेतरतीब ढंग से शहरी विकास के कारण परिवर्तित तापमान, वर्षापात के साथ साथ जलवायु परिवर्तन के दूरगामी परिणाम हो सकते हैं। अनियोजित शहरीकरण, पेड़ों की कटाई और शहरों में बढ़ती मलिन बस्तियों की जनसंख्या के कारण वायु प्रदूषण बढ़ रहा है। बिहार के शहर ताप प्रभाव का सामना कर रहे हैं। शहर में रहने वाले लोग आसपास के परिवेश की अपेक्षा अधिक गर्मी महसूस कर रहे हैं। हाल के पिछले वर्षों में देखा गया है कि दक्षिण बिहार के जिले हमारा जाकर के उसमें गया, औरंगाबाद, नवादा काफी हिट वेव रहा जाकर 2000 में देख रहा था करीब 21-22 हिट वेव के कारण काफी जाने गई जाकर के। अभी 2024 में मैं देखने का मौका मिला जब कि और काफी उससे लोग प्रभावित हो रहे, और साथ साथ पानी का संकट, नदियां सूख रही जाकर के है, और साथ ही साथ मैं देखने का मौका वन जो प्राणी है, वन प्राणी भी पानी की खोज में उनको बाहर आना पड़ा। मैं कई जिले के दौरे पर गया, सेंचुरी जो एरिया है जाकर, तो हमने तय किया कि वाटर होल बनाए जाते हैं वन प्राणियों के पानी के लिए, उसको और संख्या बढ़ाई जाए जा करके। तो कई स्थानों पर हिरन निकल कर बाहर आ गए, वन प्राणी आ गए जाकर, इतनी भीषण गर्मी पड़ी जा करके जिससे हर व्यक्ति का जीना दुभर हो गया था। अभी सावन के महीने में देखा आपने जाकर, वर्षा काफी कम हुई है। औसत से बारिश कम होना मतलब कृषि हमारा प्रभावित हो रहा है। भारत देश कृषि प्रधान देश है, हमारा राज्य भी कृषि प्रधान राज्य है। देश का जो अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ हमारा कृषि, और कृषि समय पर पानी का न मिलना जाकर चिंता का विषय जाकर। अभी हम लोगों ने दक्षिण बिहार के पहाड़ों, वहां पर हरित आवरण बढ़ाने को लेकर के हमने सीड बॉल बनाकर, और सीड बॉल के माध्यम से हम लोगों ने 21 तारीख को और औरंगाबाद में, और वहाँ उमगा पहाड़ी है, एकदम नंगा पहाड़ था, वहाँ हम लोगों ने सीड बॉल के माध्यम से पहले मैनुअल कराया, और मैनुअल के बाद हम लोगों ने ड्रोन का सहायता लिया है। ड्रोन के द्वारा 2 दिन पहले हम लोग गए थे, आज नवादा भी जा रहे हैं। पायलट प्रोजेक्ट में 3 स्थानों को चयन हम लोगों ने किया है। पहला हमारा औरंगाबाद था, अब 25,000 का लक्ष्य जा करके है। हम बीटी में गोबर और खाद देकर, अंदर में बॉल बनाकर, अंदर में पीपल, नीम, बर, पाकर ऐसे बीजों को डालते हैं। और तो दक्षिण बिहार के पहाड़ हैं, उन पहाड़ों को हम लोगों ने हरा भरा करने को लेकर पहले मैनुअल शुरू किया। और जहाँ हम नहीं पहुंच पा रहे हैं, ड्रोन की सहायता से नवादा में है, 25,000 का लक्ष्य वहां भी है। तो कल है 23 तारीख को गया जी में, जब मोक्ष ज्ञान की भूमि है माँ मंगला गौरी, वहां पर हम लोग जा रहे हैं। वहां 1 लाख का लक्ष्य जा करके है। तो कुल मिलाकर देख रहे हैं कि दुनिया भर में शहरीकरण और जलवायु परिवर्तन के बीच निश्चित संबंध है, और शहरों का टिकाऊ और नियोजित विकास, शहरी केंद्रों के हरित बुनियादी ढांचे में वृद्धि से शहरी ताप के प्रभाव में कमी आएगी और जलवायु परिवर्तन प्रभाव कम किया जा सकता है। हमारी सरकार ने जलवायु परिवर्तन का प्रभाव कम करने के लिए कई कदम उठाए हैं। शहरी जनसंख्या वृद्धि और बढ़ते औद्योगिकरण के कारण बीते वर्षों में ठोस अपशिष्ट उत्पादन एक महत्वपूर्ण चुनौती बन गया है। भारत जैसे विकासशील देशों में नगर पालिका ठोस अपशिष्ट MSW का प्रति व्यक्ति उत्पादन सालाना 11.33% बढ़ने की संभावना है, जिसमें अधिकांश अपशिष्ट का भूमि पर अनुचित तरीके से निपटान किया जाता है। विकासशील शहरों के लिए सतत ठोस अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन तेजी से आवश्यक है। अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन में सर्वोत्तम प्राथमिकताओं के रूप में कटौती, पुनः उपयोग, पुनः चक्रण और पुनः प्राप्ति पर जोर दिया जाता है। पुनः चक्रण नगरपालिका ठोस अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन एक प्रमुख घटक, जिसमें कचरे से कार्बनिक और अकार्बनिक सामग्रियों का संग्रह और नए उत्पादों के निर्माण के लिए उन्हें विभिन्न प्रकारों में क्रमबद्ध करना शामिल है। इस प्रक्रिया में अनौपचारिक और औपचारिक दोनों क्षेत्र शामिल है, जो उपयोग की गई सामग्रियों को नए उत्पादों में बदलते हैं और नगरपालिका ठोस अपशिष्ट के प्रबंधन में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देते हैं। बिहार के 6 शहरों ठोस अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन में अगर इन शहरों में बदल दिया गया है, तो राज्य के 47 शहरों में घरों से कूड़ा इकट्ठा करने का काम नियमित रूप से होता है। साथ ही 34 नगर निकायों में एक कॉमन सामग्री पुनः प्राप्ति के अंदर काम कर रहे हैं, जहाँ ठोस और सूखे कचरे प्रसंस्करण के लिए अलग किया जाता है। वही 86 नगर निकायों में कंपोस्टिंग इकाइयां चल रही है, जिस पीले कचरे को कंपोस्ट बदला जाता है। बिहार में राष्ट्रीय स्वच्छ गंगा मिशन के अंग के रूप में चलाई जाने वाली प्रमुख योजनाएं ठोस अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन, मलजल निकासी नेटवर्क, मलजल शोधन शरत क्षेत्रों सहित नालियों का अवरोधन, तो मार्ग परिवर्तन, नदी घाट विकास, 14 गृह निर्माण और सामुदायिक शौचालयों के निर्माण संबंधित। पटना में वायु प्रदूषण एक गंभीर चिंता का विषय है। वाहन उपकरण, औद्योगिक गतिविधियां, निर्माण धूल को जलाने जैसे कई कारकों के कारण शहर अक्सर वायु प्रदूषण के उच्च स्तर का अनुभव करता है। प्रदूषकों का बढ़ते के कारण स्तर श्वसन संबंधी समस्याएं, हृदय संबंधित रोग और अन्य संबंधित स्थितियां जैसी स्वास्थ्य समस्याएं पैदा होती हैं। सरकार और स्थानीय अधिकारी मुद्दों के समाधान के उपायों पर काम कर रहे हैं। प्रमुख वायु प्रदूषणों पर नजर रखने के लिए अब राज्य के 23 जिलों के शहरी क्षेत्र में कुल 35 सतत परिवेशीय वायु गुणवत्ता अनुश्रवण केंद्र काम कर रहे हैं। इनमें 6 केंद्र पटना में कार्यरत हैं। ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों के लिए प्रखंड स्तर पर परिवेशी वायु गुणवत्ता की निगरानी की जा रही है। बिहार प्रखंड स्तर पर परिवेशीय वायु गुणवत्ता का अनुश्रवण करने वाला देश का पहला राज्य है। IIT कानपुर ने बिहार राज्य पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड के साथ मिलकर देशज प्रौद्योगिकी का उपयोग करके बिहार के ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में परिवेशीय वायु गुणवत्ता का अनुश्रवण किया शुरू किया है। इस संयुक्त उपक्रम में राज्य के 38 जिलों के सभी 534 प्रखंडों में कम कीमत में कुल 534 सेंसर लगाए गए हैं। बिहार सरकार ने जल जीवन हरियाली अभियान की शुरुआत वर्ष 19 से की है। इस कार्यक्रम का लक्ष्य जल संरक्षण, पानीकरण सुनिश्चित करना है। इसका उद्देश्य ग्रीन कवरेज को बढ़ाना, प्रदूषण में कमी लाना, लोगों को सशक्त बनाना, किसानों की आय में वृद्धि करना, पर्यावरण और विकास का संतुलन बनाना है। विभाग के तहत अभियान के 2 उद्देश्यों के शामिल है। और जैसा आप सबको जानकारी मैं देना चाहता हूँ, झारखंड का बंटवारा जब बिहार से, तो बिहार में मात्र 7% वन रह गए और माननीय नीतीश कुमार मुख्यमंत्री जी, सुशील कुमार मोदी रहे नहीं। दो नेताओं के नेतृत्व में बिहार में वनों के क्षेत्र में आज 15% हमने प्राप्त किया। 7 से बढ़कर 15 पर आ गए। 17 का लक्ष्य हमारा जाकर दिशा में हम काम कर रहे हैं। चालू वित्तीय वर्ष में हम लोगों ने 4 करोड़ 68 लाख पौधे लगाने का लक्ष्य हमारा जाकर एक। और जहाँ पर वनों के अंदर जो बिहार में सेंचुरी एरिया हमारा है, वहाँ भी हम बड़े पैमाने वन लगा रहे हैं जाकर के हैं। और उसके अलावा नदियों के किनारे नमामि गंगे कार्यक्रम तो भारत सरकार की योजना जाकर के है। और राज्य के जो स्टेट हाईवे हैं, नेशनल हाईवे जाकर के हैं। और ग्रामीण सड़कें जो मनरेगा के माध्यम से और साथ तक किसानों के लिए कृषि वानिकीकरण योजना शुरू की गई है। जीविका की दीदियों के माध्यम से बड़े पैमाने पर बिहार पेड़ लगाए जा रहे हैं। और राज्य के जो कैंपस, शैक्षणिक कैंपस जो हमारे हैं, स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र है जाकर उन क्षेत्रों में बड़े पैमाने पर पौधरोपण कराने का काम किया जा रहा है। पटना का IIT जो हमारा बिहटा में है, वहाँ भी 7,000 पौधे लगाए जा रहे हैं। और पटना शहर में 75 जो वार्ड यहाँ पर है, वहाँ भी हमने सर्वे कराया है कि जहाँ जगह उपलब्ध है जाकर 5400 पौधे लगाने की हमारी योजना जाकर। फिर गंगा किनारे काफी और देखा हमने जाकर, वहाँ भी आवश्यकता जाकर के हम बात करें, जल संसाधन विभाग से हम बात कर रहे हैं, नगर विकास विभाग से हम लोग बैठक किया जा करके है कि पटना में बढ़ते बड़े पैमाने पर विकास हो रहा है। अपार्टमेंट बन रहे हैं, मॉल बन रहे हैं, लेकिन जो बाइलॉज व्यवस्था जो है उतना परसेंट मतलब जो होना चाहिए हरियाली, उसका अभाव दिखा गया है। अभी हम लोगों ने नगर विकास आवास विभाग के साथ ज्वाइंट बैठक किया था और हमने आग्रह किया था विभाग की जिम्मेदारी, यहाँ जो नगर निगम हमारा है और कमिश्नर हमको कहा गया है जाकर कि आप देखिए कि भाई बड़े पैमाने पर बिहटा साइड में या फिर सगुना मोड़ की तरफ या पटना के चारों जो बड़े बड़े बन रहे हैं बिल्डिंग जाकर, कहीं पर हरियाली दिखता ही नहीं जाकर, मॉल जाकर के। तो हमने आग्रह किया था उनसे कि आप निश्चित तौर पर वहाँ के लोगों की बैठक करा के समझाइए लोगों को, और बाइलॉज जो प्रावधान भी का मतलब पालन होना चाहिए जाकर। पहला, राज्य के सभी भागों में बड़े पैमाने पर वृक्षारोपण करना, और दूसरा चेक डैम, बोल्डर चेक डैम, जल संचयन संरचनाओं, गायरलैंड ट्रेंचिंग आदि के जरिए राज्य में जल स्रोतों का संरक्षण करना। अभी हम लोग जो पहाड़ हैं, गायरलैंड ट्रेंच के माध्यम से एक अच्छे विशेषज्ञ यहाँ पर हैं और उन्होंने राजगीर में अच्छा काम किया जाकर, एकदम डाई जहाँ पर था पहाड़ पर, और वहाँ उन्होंने हरियाली लाने का काम किया। और गायरलैंड ट्रेंच के माध्यम से जल संचय का काम इसलिए किया गया है, पौधों को पानी मिल सके, वहाँ क्लाइमेट बेहतर हो सके जाकर। हम लोगों ने शुरू किया है, दक्षिण बिहार में पहाड़ हमारे हैं, वर्षा जल को संचय करने की योजना है। भारत सरकार गंगा को साफ करने, उसका सतत प्रवाह सुनिश्चित करने के लिए नमामि गंगे परियोजना चला रही है। परियोजना में गंगा के दोनों किनारों पर 5 किलोमीटर के दायरे में और अन्य सहायक नदियों कोसी, गंडक, घाघरा और सोन किनारे तो 2 किलोमीटर के दायरे में वृक्षारोपण शामिल है। घनी आबादी वाला कृषि पर निर्भर बिहार बाढ़ और सुखाड़ के लिहाज सुरक्षित कृषि विभाग वन क्षेत्रों और खेतों में वृक्षारोपण की गतिविधियां चला रहा है और कृषि वानिकी पर ध्यान केंद्रित कर रहा है। वहीं देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के द्वारा भी विश्व पर्यावरण दिवस 5 जून को मनाया जा रहा था। उन्होंने देशवासियों का आह्वान किया है कि जलवायु परिवर्तन जो हो रहा है ये दुनिया के लिए बड़ा संकट है। इस संकट से निपटने के लिए हर व्यक्ति से अपील किया है, एक पेड़ मां के नाम लगाने का लोग काम करें। उसकी अच्छी प्रगति है और बड़ी संख्या में लोग लगाने के विभिन्न संस्थाओं के माध्यम से काम कराया जा रहा है। भारत सरकार गंगा को साफ करने और सतत प्रवाह सुनिश्चित करने के लिए नमामि गंगे योजना चला रही है। बिहार 2020-21 से ही हरित बजट क्रियान्वयन नगर नहीं रहा है। इसका उद्देश्य पर्यावरण स्थिरता में सरकार के व्ययों के योगदान पर रखना है। विभाग ने जलवायु परिवर्तन न्यूनीकरण और वनीकरण, प्रदूषण नियंत्रण और जल संरक्षण के लिए गतिविधियां प्रस्तावित की है। सरकार नदियों, तालाबों, नम भूमियों, वन जीवों, पर्यायवासियों और जैव विविधता को जलवायु परिवर्तन के प्रतिकूल प्रभावों से बचाने के लिए संकल्प। विभाग ने जल संरक्षण के लिए गार्डन टेस्ट शुरू किए हैं। राज्य के वनीकरण के प्रयासों को बल देने के लिए हितधारकों को शामिल करके विभाग कृषि प्रधान जल जीवन हरियाली अभियान का रूप वृक्षारोपण कर रहा है। इको टूरिज्म के क्षेत्र में पर्यटन सुविधाएं विकसित की जा रही है। राज्य जू सफारी, नेचर सफारी बहुत से पर्यटकों को आकर्षित कर रहा है। परिवेशीय वायु गुणवत्ता में सुधार के लिए 6 जिलों में पार्क विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। बिहार में ढेर सारी नदियां बहती है, जिनमें से अनेक नेपाल से निकलती है। अतीत में नदियों ने अनेक बार अपने प्रवाह पथ बदले हैं। इससे यहाँ प्राकृतिक रूप से गहरे स्थान मौजूद हैं, जिनको वर्षा और नदियों बाढ़ का पानी मिलता है। उनसे अक्सर मन, चौर, ठाड़न, कोछूर, झील, नदी जनित आदि वेटलैंड जैसी संरचनाएं बन जाती है। प्राकृतिक न भूमियों के अलावा अनेक मानव निर्मित जलाशय न भूमियां भी है, जो पारिस्थितिकी के लिहाज से महत्वपूर्ण है। राष्ट्रीय नम भूमि 10 के परिवर्तन एटलस में बिहार की 4,526 नम भूमियां सूचीबद्ध है। बिहार सरकार राज्य में समसर साइट की, रामसर साइट की पहचान सहित नम भूमि के संरक्षण और टिकाऊ प्रबंधन तथा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय महत्व की नम भूमियों के लिए स्थानीय, राष्ट्रीय, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाओं के साथ मिलकर काम करता है। जैव विविधता और वन जीव संरक्षण के लिए राज्य सरकार राज्य वन जीव और पक्षी अभयारण्यों के मामले में अपने एजेंडे का लगातार विस्तार कर रही है। इनमें वाल्मीकि वन जीव अभयारण्य, वाल्मीकि व्याघ्र आरक्ष टाइगर रिजर्व परमंडा लेक 2, कैमूर वन जीव अभयारण्य उदयपुर वन्य जीव अभयारण्य, भीमबाग वन जीव अभयारण्य, गौतम बुद्ध वन जीव अभयारण्य, राजगीर वन जीव अभयारण्य, रजौली वन जीव अभयारण्य शामिल है। राज्य में कुशेश्वर स्थान पक्षी अभयारण्य, बरेला झील पक्षी अभयारण्य, नकटी जलाशय पक्षी अभयारण्य, नागी जलाशय पक्षी अभयारण्य और कामर झील पक्षी अभयारण्य जैसे अनेक पक्षी अभयारण्य भी हैं, जहाँ की संकटग्रस्त प्रजाति गांगे डॉल्फिन तो उसके संरक्षण के लिए भागलपुर विक्रमशिला गांगे डॉल्फिन अभयारण्य मौजूद है। बिहार सरकार टिकाऊ विकास और शहरी विकास के संकल्पों के साथ प्रगति के पथ पर अग्रसर है। आदि द्वारा इस 2 दिवसीय सम्मेलन में जुटे नीति निर्माताओं, शहरी योजनाकारों, वैज्ञानिकों और विद्वज्जनों के 4 राउंड टेबल चर्चाओं में जो निष्कर्ष निकल आएंगे वह बिहार में सहकारी शहरीकरण की चुनौतियों का सामना करने तथा सरकार के लिए रणनीति बनाने में बहुत उपयुक्त साबित होंगे। मैं इस सम्मेलन की सफलता कामना करता हूं। और मैं देख रहा था आंकड़े में कि आज भारत के 10 प्रमुख शहर सबसे अधिक प्रदूषित शहरों में शामिल है। दिल्ली, बंबई, बेंगलुरु जैसे शहर इन 10 शहरों में से औसत प्रतिदिन होने वाली मृत्यु में 7.2% मौतें विभिन्न प्रदूषणों के कारण होती है। जल प्रदूषण, वायु प्रदूषण, ध्वनि प्रदूषण, मिट्टी प्रदूषण, खाद्य पदार्थ प्रदूषण भी मौत का कारण बन गई है। हमारी जिंदगी में एक उक्त समस्या देश की बढ़ती लगातार जनसंख्या भी प्रदूषण के कारण सिकुड़ते जमीन, घटते जंगल, विलुप्त होती नदियां, झील, तालाब, प्रदूषण बढ़ने से स्वच्छ प्रकृति और पर्यावरण दूषित हो रही है। जितनी अधिक आबादी उतनी अधिक गंदगी हो रही है। अगर तो निश्चित तौर पर आदरी के द्वारा बहुत अहम विषय पर जो परिचर्चा हो रही है और इस परिचर्चा से आने वाले समय में बिहार वासियों के लिए एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा और विश्वास दिलाते हैं कि चर्चा जो बातें निकल कर आएगी, वैसे हम लोग लगातार तो प्रयास कर रहे हैं, हर क्षेत्र में कर रहे हैं कि बिहार में जो प्रदूषण है, जल प्रदूषण हो, वायु प्रदूषण हो, ध्वनि प्रदूषण का जो मात्रा जाकर, उसकी भी लगातार मॉनिटरिंग हम लोग कर रहे हैं, बैठक कर रहे हैं, जिला स्तर पर भी हो रहा है, मुख्यालय स्तर पर किया जा रहा है। और आगे जिन बातों की चर्चा को लेकर बैठक बुलाई गई जाकर के, हम सबों का हम बिहार की धरती पर स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं। आप सब यहाँ पर आए हैं, सबका अभिनंदन जाकर के है। और आपने चिंता व्यक्त की है, आदि के लोगों को खास करके हम धन्यवाद देंगे कि आपने जो प्रयास किया जा करके आने वाले समय में बिहार वासियों के लिए यह कदम आपके लिए मील का पत्थर साबित होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
माननीय मंत्री जी, मस्त परिवार की तरफ से मैं आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अर्पण करती हूँ। आप आज जैसे कि मैं आपसे पहले भी कह रही थी कि मंत्री जी हमारे पहले भी एक प्रोग्राम में शामिल हुए थे, लेकिन उस वक्त व्यस्तता के कारण वो फिजिकली आ नहीं पाए थे। और आज हम काफ़ी प्रसन्न हैं कि आज आप समक्ष आ पाए हमारे बीच और इतना प्रोत्साहन दिया, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद एवं आभार।
एक हमने लोगों को एक मतलब संदेश बिहार में दिया है लोगों को हमने कि मंदिरों में बटे वही प्रसाद, मंदिरों में बटे वही प्रसाद, एक पौधा और जैविक खाद, मस्जिदों से वही अजान, दरखत लगाए हर इंसान, हर गुरुद्वारे से एक ही बानी, दे हर बंदा पौधों में पानी, हर चर्च की यही शिक्षा, वृक्ष लगाए यीशु की इच्छा, सांस से हो रहे नित नित कम, और पेड़ लगाए हम। बस।
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your insightful words. Let's wait for some minutes. We will proceed for the next roundtable discussion. Moderator or the sound moderation session. अभी जो डिस्कशन हाँ वो चेयर पे चल रहा है तो हमने बोला कि श्रेणी को बोलो चेयर अनाउंस करो ये था 11 साढ़े 12 तक खत्म नहीं हुआ 11:15 बहुत टाइम लगा Will you moderate? Will you moderate this session? I can start. Ajit sir के जगह आप पता नहीं वो लोग शायद नहीं आएंगे क्योंकि सर फिर बहुत डिले हो जाएगा। Moderate ठीक है आपको बोल आप कर दीजिए सर। हाँ ठीक है ठीक okay. We will now proceed to our first roundtable discussion on the topic transforming Patna into a green city, what is required. And to start this session, I would like to invite our esteemed panelists on the stage. Dr. Anil Kumar Roy, Senior Associate Professor, Center for Environment Planning and Technology, University, Ahmedabad. Mr. Anuj Kumar Malhotra, General Manager at Planning and Urban Development, Srinagar Smart City Limited. Mr. Akash Hingarani, Principal at Oasis Design Incorporation. Ms. Paromita Roy, Director, Housing and Urban Projects Wing, Delhi Development Authority. I think she is not able to join us today.
Okay.
So this session will be moderated by Dr. Siddharth Mitra. So I request Professor Mitra to please carry this session onwards. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Professor Ajit Sinha was originally slated to be the moderator for this session, but he has been called off on an important engagement. So till he rejoins us, I will stand in as moderator. And we've had these, a position paper presented on Patna, and we've seen that Patna is witness to very high levels of pollution in regard to suspended particulate matter. There's also a problem of waste. In the next few years, waste will in the city of Patna, waste generated will increase by something as much as 35%. So how do we convert Patna into a city which does not generate too much pollution, especially in regard to particulate matter? And how do we ensure that the level of energy used per capita in Patna is low? That is the challenge before us. In other words, transforming Patna into a green city, what is required. Okay. And we have a very, very distinguished panel with us. We have people with practical experience like Mr. Akash Ingorani, who is a practicing architect and town planner. We have somebody from academia, Dr. Anil Kumar Roy, who is the Senior Associate Professor in Center for Environment Planning and Technology, University. And also we have somebody who works with the government, Mr. Anuj Kumar Malhotra, who is General Manager, Planning and Urban Development, Srinagar Smart City Limited. Okay. Now, Mr. Malhotra, would you like to kick off? Akash? but I was thinking of, somebody with the, you know, policy experience talking about how, uh, cities have been converted into green cities, and then some, people, the other people sort of joining in. Would that be okay with you from the policies perspective? Talk about. Okay. Then okay, just forgive us for the amount of disorder in this panel, because I'm just standing in. But so that's a good idea. Let me ask Dr. Anil Kumar Roy, what does it take to be a green city? Okay, what do we mean by a green city, and what are the challenges?
Yes, thank you, Professor Maitra, and thank you, audience, and for the invitation. Thank you, Adri, for inviting me. I come from academia. I've been working with CEPT University for 2 decades now, and but one disclaimer I must tell here that my Karm Bhumi is Gujarat, but my Jan Bhumi is Bihar. I belong to Samastipur district and I've grown up in Bihar. So that's a disclaimer. I've been lived experience in Patna also. So a little bit of personal experiences that I'll share. Now, taking lead here, I mean, not lead, but setting the context, as Professor Mitra is saying, two of my colleagues here has been in the practice for long in terms of greening the city or other smart approaches. But my point here that I'll talk about a little bit context setting for on 5 major points. I'll have some presentation. I'll request you to put it on if it is possible. So what is green and how to make city green? But my point is that green alone cannot do much. It has to be clean. So green and clean will go hand in hand together. And the previous presentation on air quality is clearly indicates that where the green is reducing and the air pollution is also increasing. So that need to be synergized, and cause and effect relationship has to be there. And then also the status of the empirical study already done in Patna. The reference, I'll use that, and how the green status is decreasing in Patna, which is a major concern, and built up area is increasing day by day. Density is also increasing. So I have been part of the Patna Master Plan 2016 that is being notified. Some reference of that master plan will come here in my discussion, but I will invite both my colleagues to get more into micro level understanding how and where it should be green. And the best practices, I'll put it up front, which can be contextualized. Yes, this one. Contextualized, but more detail on practical things. Akash has much more hands-on experiences on doing the things better as far as greening of cities is concerned. And Patna is specific, since I know a little bit of this city, I would be able to pinpoint where and how much scope is required and where we can put up some greening and what could be synergized with the greening as well as cleaning of the city. Solid waste management presentation you saw in the morning, and the air pollution. That reminds us that greening itself will not do much. So therefore, the other activities has to be also come in force, and some kind of precautions and blind development agenda will not work. So beginning with here, quickly I'll run through this presentation. So as we all know, we have a guideline, UDPIF guideline, which says that development implementation schemes has to be, and you can see that the decline is happening. Built up area is increasing, settlement area increasing, greening is decline. And greening, as per the guideline, it says that it has to be per person 3.36 square meter. We have only 2.34 square meter. Sorry. You can see that 2.43 meter per capita. Standards are, one can debate this standard, how does it mean? But actually, in order to have sustainable life, you should have at least minimum green space in the city. We don't have now and Sandeep Kumar and Rajak's, the NIT backdoor here, he has done very recent PhD's work on it. He should have been here. He has done that, and gap analysis, both macro and micro level gap analysis of green city. Patna grossly, looks quite green from the top when we land here through by the airplane, but doesn't make much sense because population is quite high, 2.5 million population, and only 1 square kilometer of green area put together in Patna municipal corporations. So that the shortage need to be increased. If you go beyond this UDPI guideline, WHO guidelines, and since the corona has already put up some major requirements of green spaces for this disease to be get more resilience, 9 square meter per capita required. And I have done quick estimation for Patna. If you put this 2024 population data, which is 2.5 million populations, we need another 20 square kilometer lands of green area. We don't have right now with us. Where will it come from? Then you need to bring in more open spaces into the fold. The built up area cannot be demolished in a day and bring into the open space. The remaining open space has to be configured. So this is how the gap here we are seeing, and constantly the open space has been decreasing over the period of time. So that's very alarming situation, and it will decrease further because Patna is the primate city, almost the primate big city in Bihar. Next is other cities, Muzaffarpur, Hajipur. So we need to understand the growth rate of Patna very well. Here we can see only the built up area increasing, urban green water body and others are all declining. So that's the major concern for all of us. This is how you look at the institutional patches, residential patches. Greens are on the periphery in the southern and the eastern part. You have Punpun in the western part, which is the bottleneck. You have north side, which is Ganga, which is going to be a bottleneck. You can't have land to plant trees there, but the scope remains there in the southern part of the city. That needs to be reconfigured. And the further development, as Minister was saying, that we are building recklessly malls and building, where is the open space? That need to be understood by all of us. This is what I want to take it from Patna Master Plan 31. Fortunately, I was part of these things. So we wanted to have more southward, development, because there's no scope for northward development. East has a bottleneck. And west also cannot go further. So this is how in between that patches that we have, we need to really preserve it and make senses. Another approach should be that looks like quite a high density area, Patna, but if you look at the building footprints and the FSI, it's not high rise, it's low rise, high density. There is a scope to, use more, city land, the residential area into public parks. If you go high rise, now onward, you will create some more open spaces. And that is going to help a lot because patches of these green spaces will also be networked together as a neighborhood gardens. And we have some Kankarbagh, I see many neighborhood gardens are being developed, but needs to be more zonal level and city level. City level only we have Gandhi Maidan. This needs to be also, little bit revamped in the sense that forest tree covers need to improve and make it more green blue infrastructure together. If you only go for green, doesn't make sense. I'll make a reference here that Bihar, for that matter, has done a green budgeting policies here. And 25% of the budget is for green and blue infrastructure. Why can't Patna use that particular budget for enhancing the blue and green and there are a lot of opportunities. Entire, I'm not very great fan of the what we call riverfront, concretized riverfront. This could be some alternative of making the forest green belt. Green belts, I understand, is quite not very fruitful solution. When you have a population pressure, it gets eaten up. But then one can still approach the green belt idea to make some sort of forest in the city. And we have these green patches here. Look at the built up versus green open space. Not much scope in Patna Municipal Corporation. This is what Sandeep's network of green patches, very scattered, not much contiguous things. So we need to make it more. These are some of the best practices, and I'll quickly end it over here and then invite Akash or Anush to put in. So these are, it's so well known. I'm not bringing anything which is not known to any of us. And Akash will be able to actually implement this Miyamaki forest. Ahmedabad has done, Pune, Mumbai, Bangalore has done. These are all quite, doable things. Advantage of Patna is that the survival rate of the species of the biodiversity and the plant diversity is much higher. Not in Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad is also poor. I'm also coming from Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad, we're battling a lot for green spaces, but it has not been very successful. Ahmedabad is still poor in terms of per capita open space and green spaces. So this is what best practices are there. We have oxygen park in Ahmedabad, in Bhopal area. Nagpur has done quite. This is what I was bringing, the relationship between green and clean. So there has to be some cleaning approach for public transport systems. Unfortunately or fortunately, Patna doesn't have much more public transport system. It's going to be a private vehicular pollution. That's how PM 2.2 and PM 10, because of the built up area, construction area is increasing. There we need to, because it will increase. Corona was just the break in between. It is going to be, because growth rate is anyway now picked up in between 2014, 2010 to 22 was little slowing down growth, but it is picking up. It will pick up more. Singapore, as we all know, I don't have to bring in Singapore here, but some kind of a rich biodiversity which Patna climate offers here could be maintained in the city with the green-blue infrastructure coming together. Yes, Germany cities doing the solar panel. Again, this public transport system. I'm quite hopeful there are many people who will say why Patna is doing metro. But to some extent, if it's linear city, it makes sense because some offload things will go to the off-road things will go to the metro, and then public transports things would be improved a little later. Vancouver city is well known for Greenest City Action Plan. Earlier presentation by my colleague saying that Patna doesn't have even heat action plan. So those are the things where we need to understand, and heat and action plan will demand kind of a blue-green infrastructure to be proposed a little later. So Bihar green budget, as I was telling, is 24% green infrastructure. Green infrastructure means green building. I'm coming to this planning approach here. Green buildings has to be little expensive though, but all the government institutions, you can't build concrete for government institutions. There is a scope for making green building here. Why are we now indulging on concrete only? And big masses of your institutional buildings are government institutions. So let's government think of bringing the green infrastructure, green building, and then put it on the private developers part who will develop the green buildings for the public conjunction. So this is what I will stop here. One thing I'll just come back again, if it is possible, to make more specific, solutions or approaches or kind of a possibility that Patna brings up here. I have jotted down some of the area where more greening would be possible in Patna, apart from the Gandhi Maidan. Gandhi Maidan, everybody will think that this is quite an obvious choice. So thank you very much for listening. Over to the panel, anyone?
Yeah. So thank you very much. Very insightful. So it seems that to have a green city, we need green open spaces. We need green infrastructure, green means of transport using, clean energy, and we need green buildings. Now, Mr. Hingorani, can you come in at this stage and talk a little bit, walk us through what is a green building and why we need them, and what has been your experience in sort of building in this regard?
not so much about the green building, but we'll talk about things which you can. I have a few slides if somebody can put them up, please.
Yeah.
So, first of all, thank you so much for having me here to discuss this very important topic. How do we green a city? I mean, Patna being a historic city with, such amazing knowledge base that historically you've been proud of. So pleasure to be here and interacting with all of you. If the show can be put on, then I think. Yeah. Next, please. So historically, I mean, as we all know that you have the river, so it's basically at the confluence of Son and Ganga. And then your terrain was such that the whole city has come about in an area which was slightly on a higher plane, but there are these, lower areas which would also tend to flood up. Now, open space, like everybody has pointed out, is decreasing. And on the other side, you have climate change where your rainfall patterns are changing and you'll be getting more rain in a lesser duration of time. So a quick kind of figuring out how the topography of the land works and where the city is sitting. And you can here see essentially the urban form has come up on the areas which were, relatively, let's say, protected. But within that area now, with the densification that we have seen, like what can be done to, create or to solve problems like this. So here, first of all, because of the changing patterns, like what we said, and increased urbanization, your runoff, the water doesn't have any place to go. So urban flooding is a natural kind of a, result of that kind of a scenario. Now, when we talk about green areas for pollution, for whatever benefits that we have listed out, but for us, green areas also ought to function in a way that they can help with flooding also. So when we say green infrastructure, what we mean is that the green should be designed in a way that can be thought of working landscapes where the water actually is managed through the green areas. Now, typically, this is what is happening through your city. I mean, urbanization, mobility challenges, and the kind of roads we're building, and how we are kind of cutting up our city. What happens is this is not only a physical cut that happens. I mean, you separate communities, you also separate the water pattern that flows through, and which all need to be looked at in a kind of a holistic way to come to a solution. Now, like everybody was saying, where are the greens? So if you see in the urban, where the city has really grown, there the greens are very few and, spread up very far apart. So olive greens, like what he said, was on the periphery. Now, for those greens to mean anything for the city, for the people, I mean, if you have just because the percentage of the green has to be whatever, so we measure all that green, but actually usable greens and greens which can be programmed to kind of help into as blue-green infrastructure is something that we need to really figure out. So now, what do we do? How do we achieve a green city? So for me, when you have roads which constitute like, up to 24%, when your open space is only 10% or so, but the roads itself start giving you an opportunity for looking at them more than just transportation infrastructure. And each area can be thought of as something that can help with your urban flooding. Now, typically, the bottom photograph there shows you like how we design our roads. I mean, you have a curve and then you have a green, and the water from the road will never ever reach the green because the green is sitting higher. Now, way back in 2012, we had done a handbook for UTPEG, which got incorporated in IRC guidelines, which now mandate that all roadside greens should be lower than the road, so that the water from the road can go inside the green. Once the water goes inside the green, then it has a chance to percolate into the groundwater. This decentralized citywide sponge approach actually will help in aiding your stormwater challenges. So when we say green spaces, I mean to look at the road, which is sometimes 24% of the city's area, as contributor to that is something that we can start thinking about. So the whole idea of managing stormwater, slow it down, allow it to spread, and let it soak. And then whatever, suppose you reach saturation point, then the remaining can go back into your conventional system. Now, the other thing was that, when you have green areas on the road or whatever green areas are there, like any open space in the city, if you plant it, the absorption rate of that planted soil, because of the moisture content, is much, much higher than, let's say, open piece of land. So it's just not good enough to have land lying around. But if we can, somehow see that that's already planted and kind of, designed to take in more. So once you have better, groundwater absorption, then you're obviously looking at a better, water management system. So we do this for many, many cities across India. What we do is like a watershed analysis. What are the high areas? What are the low areas where the water is accumulating? What is to be done there? And through the green infrastructure approach, like what I just showed you along the roads, we try to make these roads as porous as possible. Now, this is the water story. Now, the other side, somebody was talking about green mobility and our dependence on vehicular, modes and increasing of particulate matter and all of that. So what have we done? I mean, if we only build for cars, that's what we'll get. So how can we make our streets better design? I mean, our hotel is just like 4 buildings away, but walking till here, the amount of cars that you have to negotiate, the non-continuous footpath that is there. So things like that, which do not allow the city to be walkable. Now, if it is not walkable, then how does one go to a bus stop? How does one come back? So I'll just quickly show you a couple of things that we have been doing in Delhi. So this is what we call gray to green. Now, typically what happens is on the road, some engineering department will go and make a service road when it's not needed. And then when we got to do it, we actually took off the service road from, this is Ring Road in Delhi, one of the most busy arterials ever. And we convinced the authorities that this is not needed, and we take the rainwater and actually put it in a swale, and that swale allows the water to be recharged back into the groundwater aquifer. And what happens is that instead of putting all the water in a pipe and taking it somewhere which will cause flooding, you increase the the porosity or the sponginess of the city all across, so that your water can get managed better. So greening is I mean, any which ways, because you're handling water, you'll do it through green areas, so you'll achieve more greening, and you'll improve the quality of space, and you'll improve the experience of walking around that street, and you'll get something like this, where you put cycling and walking and soft surfaces and planting and shade. So you're talking about urban heat island effect. Here we can get you all of these, mitigating urban heat island effect, combating pollution, dust pollution, and also offering alternate ways to move around in the city. And while the water is getting sorted. So thinking of streets as open spaces, as outdoor living rooms for people, and even you're also planning to do a metro or some mass transit. So these are again opportunities where, like in Delhi, what we did was redid a whole metro station area to, make it into a plaza of sorts, a landscape plaza, which earlier was all parking. And so what I'm just trying to say is that that also gives you an opportunity to, improve. And then, of course, all your other public areas, if you could reimagine. This is a project that we have done in Coimbatore. This is working with Anuj in Srinagar, where we kind of, redefine your public spaces to make your cities more livable. And I'm sure with all the flyovers that you've built, there would be a lot of these derelict spaces, under flyover spaces, which you could program and make them better for. And somebody talked about concrete river. So this is a green infrastructure approach to doing riverfront. Like you have a massive riverfront opportunity, which for me is super exciting because you can leverage that to become a public open space. And while doing that, you could still, achieve the ecological, standards to encourage, all kinds of biodiversity to come back to your city, and also connect people back with nature. I think that's also very, very important. So ending my show, so green to gray. I mean, you have natural areas, you can do stormwater with ponds and wetlands, you do rain gardens, infiltration basins, temporary flat storage, and whatever you can't handle like that, then obviously you have the conventional systems which are already there, we will plug back. So, I mean, overall, if you were to look at your city, your roads, your green areas, your rain gardens, all of it go and contribute to creating a better, greener, more livable and more enjoyable city. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Hingorani. I think that's an excellent overview of what is needed to build a green city. Now, I will call on Mr. Malhotra to speak on the policy aspect of green cities, if he so desires. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Mitra, and thank you for inviting me here. So, since the talk is about greening and greening in particular, and I would like to bring a little perspective here. I don't know how many planners are here in the room, and the planners who get involved with master planning in the city. There's so greening is we have to kind of move forward from lip service, I feel, and also only not talk about trees. But there's a very important aspect of planning that really impacts the amount of green space that we have. I think everybody might be familiar that the general practice of planning in the city is about doing a land use plan. And the land use plan is actually sort of a colorful plan, which at the present doesn't really respond to the contours, number one, that the city has, doesn't really respond to the water bodies that the city has, and doesn't really respond to any of the existing green that might exist. Also, there are hardly any policies in the land use planning to look at the edges of water bodies of different scales, of edges of parks, edges of forests, if there are edges of any other natural riverine systems. So these policies don't exist. I have never come across in India in my experience that if they have existed so far. I think there is a very important aspect is that more and more effort that we put in. There's a very important thing that in planning that we need to get it right. First of all, in the land use planning area, the land use planning actually has to completely go out of the window. The land use planning has to completely change, and it has to first respond to the lay of the land. So that is the primary thing that the land use plan or a master plan needs to respond to. So if the lay of the land is not properly studied, if the lay of the land is not properly documented and produced on the table, none of the master plans are actually going to work. The uh, the deficit of that is very apparent in the city. How? You get 2 inches of rain and there is urban flooding. That's a real example of that. Have we really followed these principles of fundamentally land use planning, fundamental planning of master plan of the city, which responds to the natural lay of land? So unfortunately, we are because we don't do that, we are completely dependent on structural systems. Now, structural systems will have their own carrying capacity. They can't handle floods. They can't handle torrential rains. They can't handle very, huge disturbances or disturbances in particular which occur normally every year. Now, if we are to rely only on structural systems, then we have to spend an enormous amount of money only in developing the structural systems. And that will just take all of our money, by the way. You won't get a metro, you won't get anything else. So, my basic premise over here of this talk is that, first of all, we need to look at our master planning in in a paradigm shift or a paradigm change manner, where we first look at the lay of the land as the primary source of information on which all the human activity is planned. The future is planned, the development is planned. And I believe that if that is done, we are actually saving money. We are actually saving a huge amount of money. And that money can be pulled back into clean transportation, into clean streets, into waste management, or any other service delivery that the city plans to do. So that's number one. Now, I have a couple of slides to just kind of illustrate what I mean. I don't have too many slides, I'm sorry, but I have just a couple to illustrate what I mean. So I'll request that somebody may put it up on there. Now, why I'm talking about master plan is because master plan is the basic policy document that the city has. And that's a statutory document. It's a legal document. Any violation to the legal document, the public is free to go to the court, go to the authority and demand that we stick to the plan. So it's a very important city document. And I think that needs to be respected and that needs to be worked on. Now, this is one example of how water sensitive policy can be put into place. It can be as part of the master plan. It should be as part of the master plan. This is a transact scenario where transact is basically nothing but a cross section of the city from various angles, and we create policies which are actually of land use control, of human activity control, which is specific to that area. Now, you go to the next slide, please. I am actually borrowing some of these slides from my colleagues. Actually, this is not my work. Parumita is not here. I've borrowed some of her slides. She's working on Andamans, but it is relevant here. Andamans is, again, as you might know, that's a very naturally eco-sensitive area. Now this, I'm not saying this applies only to Andamans, it applies to any place actually. And it applies to city. I'm just showing it as an example. And go next. So there is an urban growth boundary that needs to be set in, and then we can actually look at norms as per the proposed transact. Now, the proposed transact is where we look at urban controls, and those controls are towards preserving land or preserving water or preserving the green. And that's an extremely important thing. Next. And you can see that the entire lay of land is divided into sections. Now you can have more sections than these. It's not a problem. So you can have more urban controls, which are more sensitive, but these are some basic ones which can actually matter. So the first becomes a coastal zone. The second is the ecotourism zone, the eco-sensitive development zone, the agriculture zone, buffer, and then the protected zone. Now, maybe in Patna, it is different. It is slightly different, but the first 3 or 4 zones will be common in most of the cases. Because you have the water body, you need a strict impervious cover zone where you can have strict impervious norms. And then you have the development norm, where again, the development norms are done in such a way that they create the flow of water, number one, and they create the uh, connection with the greens, which Anil and Akash both talked about, that we need to have a blue policy. Now, unless our policy controls are pointing towards that, we will not get it, however much we may try. So this is one example of how we can improve our master planning and actually bring in a transact into the master plan so that we can get urban controls which will actually preserve our green and the water together. Next. The second most important thing, which we kind of don't take it too seriously, is our building bylaws. The building bylaws in the current scenario, this is the other example of policy that I'm talking about. Building bylaws, I'm sure everybody is aware of that we have, if we have to go build a building, we have to go to the corporation or the authority to get a building permission. Now, the building permission is based on certain norms, and that norms you have to follow. Now, how do the norms matter in the sense of how much green space we can get? Now, I'll go to the next, please. Yeah, so this is the general example of a building, that you have a building, you have 9 or 12 meter setbacks, as you might know, or some place people call it margins. So the 9 or 12 meter margins or setbacks, so the red is a setback, and the rest of it, you get a building. And then you get a small open space, which mostly people use it for parking, in case you get it. Otherwise, you can just do a building block, which is completely covered with a full ground coverage. Next. So let's say if there's an area of 1.1 hectare, the setbacks create a 36%. Your internal road, if you pathway, if you provide this 18%, and so the amount of green that you actually get is not more than 6% with the ground coverage of 40%. I don't know whether everybody is savvy with numbers here, but there is a general scenario of ground coverage of 40% in every building bylaw. So if you have a 40% site only with building, you still don't get 60% open space. Actually, you get only 6%. Now, on another scenario, if we completely change the bylaw, and if we say that we have 0 setbacks, and we can actually go till the edge of the plot to build our building, then please go ahead. The amount of green cover increases to 21%. The ground coverage still becomes flexible. You can still have 40%, but your green cover completely changes. It changes to 21% of the same site. Now, this is the impact of building bylaws on the amount of open space that you can get in a plot. And then you have very large plots also. You have institutional plots. You have very large academic plots. You have so many different kind of PSPs and all that, which are very large plots. Now, the amount of green cover that you get, again, is very small because of the building bylaws. So we need to kind of relook at our building bylaws again, so that we have more of green space. Next. So this is 36% land lost to setbacks. Next. And we have 3 times more green open space. The other and this is the last bit, which I am trying to talk about. I think we may not realize this. If I can ask the audience, do you know that how much of the open space, what percentage of the open space is under the roads? Can anyone tell me in the audience? How much of the open space in the city, which we are normally talking about only about parks and gardens, but how much open space in the city is under the roads? Yeah, just give me an approximate number. Well, I'll tell you an approximate figure, and this is an average of all cities. It's nearly 60%. 60% of the open space in the city is actually under the roads, under the ROWs, the right of ways. Now, if that is the amount of ROW space, that is the amount of open space which is under the road, then it is actually a no-brainer. Then which is the first thing that we need to green? The first thing that we need to green are the roads, because that will actually give you the conduits which will connect the parks, which will connect the connectors. And so, still at the moment, our master plans or our policy documents in the city do not talk about that. Our tree lines are missing in the road plans, and our tree lines are not mandated. So this is another area which I think is an extremely important area. Then in case we need to green the city, we have to absolutely look at our road designs, and so include the tree lines into the road designs. And that would be one of the other aspects. So finally, I would just like to add to whatever I was saying, that I feel as a government officer also, and I think we feel a responsibility there, that it's important to actually put all the data or all the inventories that we have into the public domain. I think that is something and a very important thing, and I would encourage that all of us do it, because more and more that improves the accountability, and then also we can do a lot of planning, which is pro people planning. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Malhotra emphasized a master plan based on lay of the land. He advocated revisiting building bylaws and also greening of roads. We are coming to the end because I've been told by the organizers that we should wrap up very quickly now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow a maximum of 2 questions from the floor, okay, for the speakers, and they can respond to those questions. Questions, anybody? No questions? Yeah, please. Can you, yeah, whatever. Yeah.
My question is, recently Amrut published a guidelines on green cities, and they have mentioned that cities should be green, and they have mentioned certain percentage. So that is 15%. So city should be green, out of their total area, 15% should be green. So I just wanted to know that how they have come to this conclusion that it is only 15%. Why it is not less and not more?
I don't think I am the right person to comment on it because I don't know how they reached to that. But what I can say is, my view, maybe Anil can answer that better. My view is that, even if it is 15% or 5%, doesn't matter to me. What it matters is that where is that 15%? That 15% should be part of the city. It should not be a forest in a city which caters to the statistics that, one forest is equal to the entire 15%, which may be true. Say Bhopal has it, a lot of cities have it. But, statistics can be misleading. I think what we need is where that 15% is, and that should be near our home, where we live, and near our offices. That's very important.
Yeah, Anuj is right. This comes from some kind of international guidelines, and it varies, Bhutan, if you see, is 30%, 35%. So in Indian case, WHO do prescribe that 9 meter per square per capita has to be there. And therefore, people think that let's have more buffer in that. So that comes from that international guidelines to some extent. 15% is the maximum limit that one can have. And if the city is like quite green, it can go even 20%, 30%. So that's a benchmarking thing which we can debate later on. कि क्यों इतना बोल रहे, इतना चाहिए, नहीं चाहिए, all sorts of things are required. But Anuj is right, because how it is used, what is the forest and how it is being used. It has more function. It's a recreational function. It has a oxygen sequestration, carbon dioxide sequestration function. It has much more flood, protections. It has percolation of the groundwater goes into that. Lot many functions. So forest can be designed in that way. But as we were discussing, I'll use this if there's no question, because I was saying that.
Can I just add a little bit here? The amount of green, be it 15% or whatever it be, and like what everybody is telling you, that, where it is, that is one aspect. But what qualifies as that green? Meaning, what are you counting in that 15%? Are they only parks? Or your river also is part of the green? Is a hill that you can't build upon also part of that green? So where does that green happen? How usable it is? So what I'm saying is, even if we go beyond a percentage, I mean, like, like I was showing you roads, how the road greening can actually be more helpful to combat your climate problems, how, the greening of the roads, like what Anuj is saying, can lower down your urban heat island effect, which the cities at night showing rising temperatures. So all that can be addressed through greening overall. So it doesn't matter so much 15%, 20%. I mean, if you have a big green area, buffer green, and you're counting that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, one question.
One more question.
Go ahead.
My question is mostly about, it's like accumulation of all the three things that you all said. So what I understand is that 15% is probably the bare minimum green that we should be having in a city. But do you also suggest that the rest of the 60% that we mentioned that is under the roads, how do we tackle that? Just by planting trees on the edges, or completely going, or maybe not completely, but by reducing it to 30% of car usage in the city, and that being implemented in the policy making documents as well? Is that the way that would be helpful?
I think the more we do, the better it is.
Of
So
course.
yes, all of that. I was just talking about the section that it is not mandated in the section that you have to have a tree. I was just talking about that mandating a tree line or 2 tree lines in a section. That was what I was talking about. But I think Anil did talk about greening of the public transport. That is number 1. Greening of transport. Number 2. Number 3, increasing pedestrian area, reducing your carriageway, so doing a road diet sort of a thing. And as in more strategies that we can, kind of put into place, I think it would be a welcome thing.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm Going to have to end this session now because there's something else coming up. By the way. Want to ask a question?
Not questions, just I would like to submit some submission. with
Okay,
respect
okay,
to-
very, very briefly, please.
Very
Yeah.
Thank you very much. This is SN Jaiswal, Scientific Advisor, Bihar State Pollution Control Board. Sir, just as the panelist has said, with respect to the green city, we understand that the green city does not mean only the plantation and green vegetation and development of the green belt. Rather, we should think about the green transportation system, that is the adoption of e-vehicles, CNG vehicles in the city, green building, that is buildings with without AC and etc. In our cities, pedestrian road with the proper rainwater harvest system by using the paper blocks. That is the and the preservation of the water bodies and development of that water bodies, sewage management system with the reutilization of the treated sewage in the township area, municipal solid waste with circular economy, not only municipal, rather all the waste that with the circular economy. That is maintenance of ambient air quality with the national ambient quality standards, and the complying of all the road maps and regulation for the waste management system, that is building bylaws. All this should be taken into consideration while we consider the green cities, sir. Definitely, as we discussing with the percentage of the green plantation in city, it depends upon the city by city. The one city who has already developed does not have much more space in the city, but definitely they will face the constant for the plantation, and that will look forward in the other space from the township area. But in case of industrial sectors, the Ministry of Environment for Government of India giving some guidelines that all the industrial sectors who have been given the EC should have the 33% green plantation in that area. That is a mandate by the MOEF for the industrial sector. In the township area, I suggested definitely we should look forward for the green city so that we can maintain the city in the pollution free. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very comprehensive. I think we will end the session. A round of applause for the speakers, please. And we.
Well, thank you all. Now I want to democratically decide. We are running half an hour late. So one way to do it is to break right now for lunch, shave off about 15 minutes on lunch, start the first keynote after lunch, and then have tea served here. So 15 minutes we save there. And then we are on a schedule. So would you like to do that, or you would like to go with the keynote now, but people may be hungry? What do you prefer? Break for lunch? Let's do it for 45 minutes and then start little early? No? 1 hour is needed. Partho says 1 hour is needed. All right, we go for lunch for 1 hour and slowly we will try and adjust. All right, thank you. We break for lunch now.
Next, we have a keynote session on preliminary result of a source apportionment study for air pollutants in the Kolkata region. I would like to welcome Dr. Pradipta Ghosh on the stage. He is a former Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, and currently a distinguished fellow at the Energy and Resource Institute. So this session will be chaired by Professor Partha Sen. I request Professor Sen to please continue the session. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to this session, which promises to be very exciting. Dr. Pradipta Ghosh has been involved in policy making with the government in matters of environment, and we look forward to hearing from him. Apart from the brief introduction that was given about him, and the longer introduction which is available in the conference handout, the one thing on his CV that is not mentioned is that he married me, and he was the IAS officer, and about 48 years ago, we got married, and he made the appropriate signing of documents. So that should be, in my view, a very important thing on his CV. So, just one flippant comment, and I will hand over the floor to Dr. Ghosh.
Thank you, Partha, and thank you for reminding me that I was instrumental in getting you and your wife married. But if you carefully look at your marriage certificate, you will find that it is valid only for 25 years. Now, I don't know if this is a matter of alarm for you or, or otherwise, but whatever, I'd advise you to go back and check your marriage certificate. Okay. So let me begin by thanking Professor Ajit Sinha of ADRI and Professor Siddharth Mitra of Jadavpur University for very kindly inviting me to participate in this important conference. It's important, it is timely, and I hope that it will be impactful. So my presentation is about a study that we are conducting, sponsored by the West Bengal Pollution Control Board, on developing an action plan for air pollution in the Kolkata and Howrah Metropolitan Council areas. And what I'm reporting here is the first phase of the study, which is the preparation of a detailed inventory of air pollution in the Howrah Kolkata region. Now, in TERI, we have done several studies of preparation of an action plan in different cities, Jalandhar, Lucknow, Bangalore, and so on. But none of these cities are in the eastern region. So we felt that given the profile of the participants, it would be more appropriate if I gave a presentation on a major city in the eastern region, even though it is work in progress. And I would like to highlight in the presentation the kind and extent of due diligence by way of data collection that is involved in preparation of this inventory. So can we have the presentation? Yeah, okay. So just one caveat, do not quote, cite, or distribute, because this is work in progress. And with this caveat, let me go to my presentation. And I've already said this, so I will skip this. Now, the study area is the red portion is the Howrah Municipal Corporation. The blue area is the Kolkata Municipal Corporation. And then there's the rest of study domain, which is surrounding areas, and they are important because we choose control points in different seasons in the rest of the study domain, which are upward of the wind direction in the different seasons, so that we could get measurements of the baseline air pollution without the effect of the air pollutants emitted from the city. So this is a slide which gives the comparative analysis of atmospheric PM10 and PM2.5 concentrations in the Kolkata Municipal Corporation. And these are different regions of Kolkata, Kolkata 2, Kolkata 3, and so on. Now, this is also by way of, there are 3 seasons involved. Winter 1, which is the winter of 2022-23, summer, which is the summer of 23-24, and winter 2 is the winter of 23-24. So this was the period which these measurements were taken. These bars represent the range of measurements. The rectangular portion represents the first and fourth quartile, and the points are the mean of the measurements. So we have done also similarly. We have a similar slide for the Howrah Municipal Corporation, and we find that the two are in fact quite similar. If you look at them, I mean, there's no systematic difference between the two. Now, this is a simulation which is both spatial and temporal. Spatial in respect to the different regions of Kolkata, and temporal again in the sense of the 3 seasons: winter 1, winter 2, and summer. For the different sources of air pollutants in the entire region of Kolkata and Howrah. Now, what this does is that at several receptor points in this region, the air pollutants are collected and chemically analyzed. And then, knowing the chemical speciation of pollutants from different sources, industry, residential, and so on, then the chemical analysis of the air pollutants in the different receptors are analyzed to identify the sources from which these pollutants come. And these are average results between the different receptor points in the Kolkata Municipal Corporation area. Now, in Kolkata, the industrial sources contribute between 5 and 23%, depending on the season. Transport sources vary from 5 to 20%, and residential sources, which is a surprise here, range from 10 to 33%. So this is the largest actually source of air pollutants in Kolkata is actually from the residential sector. So this is a similar study done for the Howrah region. And again, we find that the residential sources account for between 10 to 59%. So this is the air pollution emissions inventory of the residential sector, and it starts by looking at the fuel composition of residential fuel use. And what we find here is in the right lower graph, we give the picture for different pollutants, PM 2.5, PM 10, SOx, NOx, carbon monoxide, and non-methane volatile organic carbon for the different municipalities, KMC and HMC. And this is the result of the inventories. What we have on the vertical axis is the annual emissions in terms of kilotons. And we find that actually carbon monoxide, which has actually very severe impacts on health, is the largest, has the largest emissions. But again, the health impacts are not comparable because the effect of PM 2.5 and the effect of carbon monoxide, they cannot be related in quantitative terms. But anyway, I mean, the carbon monoxide is a major source of ill health and morbidity. Not so much as non-methane volatile organic carbon, but yes, SOx, NOx, PM 2.5, and carbon monoxide. These are major pollutants which impact human health. And these are the top bar gives the emissions in kilotons of the different of the different pollutants. Again, PM10, PM 2.5, SOx, NOx, carbon monoxide, and total organic carbon and total non-methane organic carbon. The green area shows the emissions from the industry sector in the rest of the study domain, which we have used. Different locations have been used as control points. And here again, we find that the PM 2.5 and PM 10, they actually represent a very high proportion of the total emissions from the industry sector. Now, another source of the inventory is the road transport sector. And what has been done is that the daytime traffic count has been made. That is, surveyors were placed at different road junctions in the city, and they actually physically counted the number of vehicles of different types, which which actually passed through this. And this was 100% count. This was not a sample count, based on say 15-minute intervals. So this is the actual of the vehicles in these different locations. The locations are given along the horizontal axis. And also that the vintage distribution of different categories of vehicles was also worked out. It is worked out for both Howrah and for the Kolkata area. And so because the emissions profile depends a great deal on whether it is BS2 or BS6. There's a great variation in the emissions profiles. Now, an important consideration is that 9% of the vehicles failed the pollution test. And then, of course, we find that about 19% of the vehicles are BS3. Most of the vehicles, about 77% are BS4, and only a very small proportion are BS6. So once again, we find that the actually in respect of, well, the pattern is quite similar actually of the different vehicle types. And this is the estimated emissions of pollutants from the transport sector, taking into consideration the actual vehicles count and the distribution of vehicles of different vintages, applying emissions factors to these different vehicles. And what we find is that the annual emissions for PM10 are 6 kilotons, PM2.5 are again 6 kilotons. There's a huge difference in health impacts in PM2.5 at 6 kilotons per annum and PM10 at 6 kilotons per annum. PM2.5 is by far more dangerous to health. SOx is at 0.6 kilotons per annum. NOx is much higher at 86 kilotons per annum. Carbon monoxide is similar to the industry sector, is 236 kilotons per annum, and hydrocarbons is 120 kilotons per annum. So this is the estimate for pollutions from the transport sector in the Howrah Municipal Corporation area. A similar exercise has been done for Kolkata also. And of course, we need to know, I mean, not only what are the sources of the emissions, but where they are located. And so we find that in the Howrah area, we are able to actually map different wards in the municipal corporation about the extent of of PM2.5 emissions in the Howrah area. We have done a similar exercise for the Kolkata area also. Now, another major source of PM10 especially is suspended dust from vehicles. There's also suspended dust from construction and demolition, which I'll come to in a moment. And this depends on the silt load on the roads in the study domain. And the silt load primarily comes from, comes from flood water, rainwater and so on. But the silt load, the silt is defined as particulates up to 0.7 millimeters in diameter. And when vehicles, run on these roads with the silt loading, then they generate largely PM10. So the concentration of silt loads is an indication of how much PM10 can we expect from vehicular traffic in that area. Another source of emissions is the air pollution emissions from aircraft operations. And once again, a total count was taken of landings and air takeoffs per annum in the Kolkata region. So we had 16 to 20 jets per hour from 5 to midnight, 6 to 10 between midnight and 5 o'clock. And with respect to ATRs, so 4 to 6 ATRs per hour from 6 in the morning to 8 in the evening. And we have estimated the emissions of PM2.5 as very small, 0.05 kilotons per annum. But the largest proportion, of course, is carbon monoxide at 6.29. But of course, these quantitative estimates do not directly translate linearly into health effects. Then diffuse burning is another important source of emissions in the city. And what had to be done was the total waste generated in the city had to be measured. Can we go back to the... Okay. Then out of the total waste generated, a certain fraction is actually collected. And of this, a certain fraction is subjected to refuse burning. And once again, we have calculated the emissions in inventories in terms of kilotons per annum of the Kolkata Municipal Corporation and the Howrah Municipal Corporation. The Howrah Municipal Corporation, being much smaller, generates in total much less of these pollutants. So once again, we find that the PM 2.5 and PM 10 emissions from refuse burning is very high. And this again, has a lesson in terms of the potential health impacts on refuse burning. And this becomes a priority area for addressing air pollution mitigation, in the action plan. So we have a similar estimates from emissions inventory of construction demolition sector. So these are estimated on the basis separately for construction activities on the basis of total area, carpet area which is constructed, and similarly carpet area which is demolished. And once again, we find that PM 2.5 emissions are rather high at PM 10 emissions are rather high at 2.5 kilotons per annum. But PM 2.5 are also quite high in the Kolkata region, which is 0.2 kilotons per annum. So then another source of emissions are air pollutions, emissions from restaurants and eateries. The difference between the two is that the restaurant is a formal licensed establishment, and eatery is a roadside, street food kind of an establishment. And the emissions depend a great deal on the kind of fuel that is used. And once again, that an inventory had to be made of the restaurants and the eateries, as well as their patterns of fuel use. And from this, what was estimated is the total emissions in tons per year from eateries in the Kolkata and the Howrah areas. And once again, we find that PM 2.5 is rather high at 80 kilotons per annum in the Kolkata municipal area. So this is the air pollution inventory from diesel generator activity. And surprisingly, the PM 2.5 emissions are from diesel generators is quite modest. It is lower than one would suppose. And the reason for that is that the technology of diesel generators has improved a great deal, and most of them, are equipped with filters. So the actual emissions of PM 2.5 are relatively low. But NOx emissions are quite high. SOx emissions are low because of the low sulfur content in the fuel. And the main cause of worry is, of course, the NOx emissions from the diesel generator operations. And in the lower part of the slide, we have the total emissions in kilotons per year. This is a slide which presents the air pollution emissions inventory of crematoria. So the different crematoria in the Howrah and Kolkata areas, they were surveyed as to their fuel wood consumption, and based on the fuel wood consumption, we had the total emissions per year. These were estimated in the two municipal corporation areas. And the final air pollution inventory is from landfill burning. So a major landfill site at Belgachia has been drone surveyed, and the red dots that you see are the sites from which measurements have been taken for the air pollutants. But this is still work in progress. We don't have the data as yet for the total air pollutant inventories from landfill burning. Landfill burning is mostly spontaneous burning, as you are aware, as you can see on the on the slide on the left hand top corner. So final output of the study is an action plan to address air pollution in the region of Howrah and Kolkata, to bring it down to within the carrying capacity, as well as to maintain ambient standards at as many locations in the city as possible. So inventory is just the first step. The next step is that the inventories must be validated. And how do we do that? We do that by measuring the air pollutant concentrations at different receptor points and applying by an air pollution dispersion model to simulate the concentrations at the designated receptor points and then comparing them with the with the actual measurements at these receptor points. Now, this has not yet been done for the study region, but in the other cities where we have done similar work, we find that there is about 80 to 85% correspondence between the concentrations as measured in the reception points and as simulated by the dispersion model. So 80 to 85% represents a fairly high level of correspondence. The next step is the assessment of the carrying capacity of air pollutants in the region. And this is a complex exercise which involves a study of the meteorological factors, as well as the possible absorption by the green areas of the city. And then the final step is the preparation of the air pollution action plan, in which different options are identified, different technical options are identified for each of the source of air pollution. Their cost effectiveness is worked out. And of course, the point is that these will not spontaneously get adopted unless there's a policy push. So there is also this also has a policy backup, to ensure that the air pollution action plan can actually be implemented and enforced. So that's all by way of this presentation, and I'd be glad to respond to any questions.
Yes. Any questions? Yeah. Please identify yourself.
Yeah.
Hello, sir. I am Dipankar from Kolkata. I'm working in Kolkata Kolkata Metropolitan Development Authority. Sir, first part of your research found that the maximum emissions are coming from the residential areas. And as far as as visually, as I have seen that in the 108, 109 ward number 108, 109, that is the southeastern part of Kolkata, and 111, 113, 114, that is on the southern tip of the Kolkata. These areas are means the number of human settlements are growing rapidly. In the last 15 years, we have seen that growth. In the other side of the means on the southern side of the Talinala area, especially, the urbanization has taken place. It has taken it is immensely increasing. But from your study, sir, we have seen that those regions are quite greener, like the pollution is low. Can you shed any light upon this findings, sir, so that we can also understand this kind of outcome?
You see, the air pollutants
I have two queries. Mohalaya Chatterjee from Calcutta University. Firstly, when you are showing the maps, you have shown winter 1 and winter 2. What are they? And secondly, when you are talking about the crematorium areas, as far as I know, at least in Kolkata Municipal Corporation area, most of them have electric crematoriums. So from where the wood burning pollution comes?
Sir, for the transport sector, how do you gauge the emissions? Like we know the emission factors that can be calculated by, but the exact emission, how do you know the estimated emission from different kinds of transport?
Should do one round anyway.
So the first question relates to why is it that areas where there is a great deal of development do not show very high pollution emission comparisons. And let me try and make an educated guess here. The emissions of pollutants from the residential sector depends a great deal on the pattern of fuel use. And the pattern of fuel use depends a great deal on the socioeconomic status of the people living in that area. So my guess would be that the red areas are those which are primarily basti areas, where people of lower socioeconomic strata live, and where there is a great deal of biomass burning, and where the people of higher socioeconomic strata live, that they tend to use more of LPG, and you would expect less pollutant emissions from there. Now the question about winter 1 and winter 2, I will explain that the measurements were carried out over 2022-23 and 23-24. So winter 1 is the winter of 2022-23. Winter 2 is the winter of 23-24, and the summer is the summer of 23-24. It's up 2 years. It's up 2 years. Okay. Now, your question is about crematoria. Is that many of them have been equipped with electric crematorium? Well, I mean, this is the actual measurement done by researchers of the fuel wood consumption. So certainly some fuel wood is being consumed. It was consumed. Well, there may be other primitive, but anyway, this is something that I can request my colleagues to recheck. Okay. Now on transport, we have the actual vehicle count. We have the when you have the vehicle count, you also have the extent of road travel by the vehicles. You have the different types of vehicles, and you have the different vintages. So for each vehicle type and for each vintage, you have an emissions factor. Okay, and you have the level of usage in terms of numbers of cars multiplied by the road length. So from these, you can put together and calculate the total emission. Yeah, total emissions is total emission. And of course, when you come to your to the air dispersion modeling, you will have to input this as linear sources and the number of others which are point sources. So the nature of the emissions, I mean whether it's linear or whether it's point, makes a great deal of difference to the ambient air concentration.
Any source?
You see, this is work in progress.
Yes.
So at this point, it cannot be.
It's
in any
not
case,
yet
it is not up
published.
to TEDI to release this data.
Okay.
It is up to the West Bengal Pollution Control Board at the conclusion of the study, once they have accepted the results of the study, to release the data.
Then
So that will be the source. That in due course, when we complete the study, you can get the data from the secondary data from the Kolkata, from the West Bengal Pollution Control Board.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Sir, here.
Yes.
Sir, I have one question. I'm Sunil here. I'm a student of the air pollution. Sir, actually, just I worked with Siv Nagendra, Professor Siv Nagendra, IIT Madras.
Can you say that again?
My name is Sunil, and I'm student of the air pollution. So, and work with Professor Siv Nagendra, IIT Madras. So, sir, I think a silly question was just asking to you, what is the criteria for the identify the hot spot in the city? So, what are the steps, sir? Can you?
Well, we have not exactly identified hotspots, but we have identified in respect of the residential areas, the the different ranges of uh, air pollutant emissions. So hotspots would typically refer to places of high ambient concentration. So we have not done that at this point. Okay. So the slide that I showed you refers to in different wards. What is the range? The different colors represent the different ranges of air pollutant emission from the residential sector.
Any other questions?
Sir, just I'm adding here. So, traffic movement and traffic count is also important to this area for the identify the hot spot. Means suppose that give 5 to 6 location in this city. The traffic movement is the per day, suppose that 50,000 somewhere 30,000. So definitely everyone know like traffic is the more contributor for this any air pollutant. So I think traffic movement is also the one criteria should we follow for the hotspot identification in this city. So what do you think, sir?
Well, as I said, we have not identified hotspots at this point in time because hotspots would, there are really two ways of looking at hotspots. One is places of very high ambient concentration. The other is places of very high emissions. And when you talk of very high emissions, you really have to talk of emissions from all sources. So what we have done so far is in different wards of the KMC area. For the residential sector, we have identified the ranges of air pollutant emissions. So it's the aggregate emissions over the year. But this does not directly translate into the ambient air concentration.
Okay. So, well, thank you very much, Dr. Ghosh. I think the audience will agree with me that we have learned a lot. And as you said, work in progress. So we look forward to the next installment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ghosh and Dr. Sen, for this insightful discussion. We are now moving to our next roundtable discussion, which is focused on revamping urban transport to check congestion and pollution and increase economic efficiency. For this discussion, I would like to welcome our panelists on stage. Professor Shrikant Gupta, Professor of Economics at Delhi School of Economics, Professor Mahalya Chatterjee, Professor of Economics at University of Calcutta, Mr. Arunesh Karkan, Senior Research Associate, Sustainable Future Collaborative, and Ms. Sarika Chakravarti, Team Lead at Urban Shift Country Project, National Institute of Urban Affairs. This session will be chaired by Professor E. Somanathan, Professor of Economics and Planning Unit, ISI Delhi. Yes. So I request Professor E. Somanathan to please carry this session.
So, thank you all. It's my pleasure to moderate this session. So we have 4 panelists. So it's Professor Shrikant Gupta on the extreme left, on my left. He's presently visiting senior fellow, Center for Social and Economic Progress. He's a former professor at the Delhi School of Economics. He was the director of the National Institute of Urban Affairs, where he was involved in the implementation of the National Urban Renewal Mission and the Master Plan for Delhi. And earlier, he had worked as an economist at the Environment Department of the World Bank in Washington. He's been a president of the Indian Society for Ecological Economics. So he's an expert on the topic that we are going to be talking about today. Next panelist is Professor Mahalaya Chatterjee. She's Professor of Urban and Regional Economics in the Department of Economics at Calcutta University. And she is also the director of the Center for Urban Economic Studies.
Oh, no.
Former director. And she has written many articles and books on urban management and planning.
Thank you, Somanathan. My thanks goes to Adri and Professor Siddhartha Mitro for inviting me here. Now,
Can I just wanted to finish. Mr. Arunesh Karkun is a senior research associate at Sustainable Futures Collaborative, and his work primarily involves researching air quality governance, specifically focusing on analyzing the regulatory and policy aspects of air quality management. He also deals with issues relating to electric mobility and climate policy. And Ms. Sarika Chakravarti is team lead of the GEF-funded Urban Ship Country project at the National Institute of Urban Affairs. And previously, she was sectoral lead for land transport and shelter sectors of the Master Plan for Delhi 2041 at the National Institute. And in this capacity, she had led a team of planners to develop a baseline and formulate strategies so as to enable sustainable, equitable, and inclusive development of the city. She's also been associated with organizations like UNICEF and NCRPB, and has worked on various projects funded by the World Bank, GCAR, DFID, etc. So I wanted to. Okay, so yeah, so I'd like to ask Dr. Gupta to go first, and then Ms. Chakravarti, and then Professor Chatterjee, and then Mr. Arunesh Karkun. So maybe you can just open with five minutes each or so for each of you, and then we'll come back after that for another round.
That was a very forceful opening statement. Did you want to set the stage, Som, by making a few comments as we discussed?
No, I can't be switched off.
Yes. Okay. So I just wanted to suggest that we begin. I'd like to begin by posing a couple of framing questions to the panelists, just to sort of focus the discussion. And my first question is in the nature of, I'd like to ask all of you to reflect on the how the current traffic situation, how it impacts people at different income levels. So low income people, for example, who don't have any private transport of their own. They don't have a car, they don't have a two-wheeler. That's one category of people who are using and moving around the city and using the transport network. Another is what you might think of as perhaps middle income people who are primarily who have two-wheelers and use them. They may also use, of course, other modes of transport. And then a third category, which you can think of as the higher income people who have cars and move around primarily with cars. So I just wanted to use that as a framing device, because when we think about traffic congestion, traffic management, and its consequences, ultimately traffic is about people, right? It is because people want to go from point A to point B, and that's why we have traffic. We also have traffic, of course, because we're moving goods for people to consume. But I'd like to focus on this, the movement of people first, and ask you all to reflect on that in your remarks. That's one framing question, and maybe you can begin with that, and then we can, second round, we can come back to a second framing question.
Okay, thanks, Professor Somanathan. I have 5 slides that I would like to share. So while they are going up, I can make my introductory remarks. So firstly, I'm really thankful to Professor Mishra, Professor Sinha, and Professor Siddharth for inviting me here. And, you know, our Prime Minister always says, Mera ek purana nata hai. So, Mera Bihar se purana nata hai. I grew up in Bihar. Well, Dhanbad, which was then in Bihar, now it's in Jharkhand. So my schooling was done here. So I have a old connection with the state, and I'm actually very, very happy to be here. And I hope this will be the first of a few more visits while your research agenda unfolds, because I was very excited to see that the kinds of things that Adri is working on in terms of environment and climate change and urban issues are very closely related to my areas of interest. So taking my cue from Professor Somanathan's framing question, I would just like to present a few slides. Can we have them on the screen, please? No, that's not me. And as Professor Somanathan mentioned, I've earlier was with long back, I was with the National Institute of Urban Affairs, and also have been part of various other initiatives on urban matters, like the Working Group on Urban Transport for the 11th plan and the 12th plan, which was the last plan. So just 4 or 5 slides, and the cue is from what Professor Somanathan said, and also what is the title of this session. So if you look at the title of this session, it says Revamping Urban Transport. And then there are 3 operative phrases: check congestion, pollution, and increase economic efficiency. So if I parse these, then the first phrase is to check congestion. Now, congestion is obviously something that has many different meanings to different people. So congestion can mean we need vehicles to travel faster, and I will have something to say to that. It also means reducing travel time. It also means reducing wasteful commuting. I mean, do you really have to travel to various places and so on? So one is the first phrase, check congestion. The second is to check pollution, and I presume we are talking about air pollution. So we had this very, very interesting presentation from Dr. Ghosh about this in the context of Kolkata. So again, air pollution is something that is due to various reasons: vehicular emissions, fuel mix, the modal mix, PT is public transport, NMT is non-motorized transport, and so on and so forth. And then there's a redundant bullet there. And then, of course, there is this issue about economic efficiency. So I was just parsing this topic into congestion, air pollution, and economic efficiency. But then going to the point or the framing question that Professor Somanathan mentioned, let's rethink this paradigm of urban transport. In fact, the word urban transport can be differentiated from urban travel. Transport, to my mind, always conjures up the notion of vehicles, whereas the notion of travel conjures up the notion of people. So, as Som mentioned, transport is about moving people and not about moving vehicles, primarily cars or other kinds of vehicles, but often cars. So when we are thinking about this, then I'm on the same page as him when we say that urban mobility, if you want to think of urban travel or urban mobility, then urban mobility is about moving people. So people should matter. And he flagged three classes of people, the rich, the middle income, the poor. So if you really think that urban transport is about urban travel is about urban mobility, and mobility means you have to put people at the center of your thinking about urban transport, then you should also think about the urban poor. And so that's why I've put that in parentheses. People should matter. Whether people do matter or not is a different question. And similarly, the urban poor should matter, because obviously, given the income distribution in our country, a vast number of people who live in our cities are poor. So if you think of that, then if you work backwards and think of, how you should think about urban travel or urban transport, then it's obvious that we are thinking about safe, non-motorized transport. We are thinking about affordable public transport, PT. And then we obviously need to question things like, is building more flyovers, signal-free corridors, multi-level parking, which essentially makes it easier for people to move around in cars. Is that the way we need to think about urban travel or urban transport? So to paraphrase or rephrase, if you put equity at the center of urban development, then it also means that you're putting equity at the center of thinking about urban mobility. And if you're going to think about urban mobility with the needs of low-income users at the center, then you also, of course, think about road safety in certain ways. How safe are our streets and roads for pedestrians, for people on bicycles, and so on. And the last point here then would be about not thinking about urban transport in isolation from patterns of urbanization. The density of Indian cities actually is going down. They're becoming urban sprawls. So you cannot think of planning for urban transport or revamping urban transport without thinking about land use patterns or in urban planning or the lack of it. I may come back to this in my next round of comments. So I think I will at the moment just stop at these two slides that I was using my own computer, but so these two particular slides is what I would for now stop at.
Thank you very much, Shrikant. I'll now invite Ms. Sarika.
Thank you, Professor Somnathan. Yeah, I'll speak into the mic. No, I think this. I think I'll just answer the question that Professor Somnathan posed, which is about the current traffic situation and how it affects the people from different income groups. So transport, I would, another synonym if I have to find for transport, I would define it as the access to opportunities. And when it comes to access to opportunities, the people who are most affected by not adequate transport solutions or affordable transport solutions in a city, they are, of course, the economically weaker groups. Interestingly, our cities, how they've developed in a very organic manner. And it's so happened that invariably the distances between our places of education or places of work and the places where we live, they are quite short because those are the choices that we make in our cities. If it is not through the formal housing mechanisms, then it is through the informal housing mechanisms in terms of unauthorized colonies or slums. But people somehow choose to stay as close as possible to their destinations. So that is one thing that has happened, that is happening. The other thing is that about this debate between the private vehicles and the public transport. Now, obviously, people who can afford it, they choose to have their own private cars. And people who are traveling by public transport are mostly the captive users who cannot afford their own private vehicles. And there is this middle income group who choose to be somewhere between the second, who are, buyers of the second-hand cars or the two-wheelers, because, that is what they can afford. The point here is that we have to make our public transport more robust. It is not just from the point of affordability, but it's also from the point of the climatic considerations. So transport as of now is contributing to 13% of the total GHG emissions globally. And people might argue that there are other sectors which contribute to the GHG emissions by a much larger number. However, what is to be noted is that the pollutants that emerge out of the transport, the transport related pollutants, they are far more harmful to human health as compared to other pollutants. So that is point number one. So that is why we need to focus on enabling this modal shift from private to public modes of transport. Now, like I said before, the issue is not with the captive riders. Because of the affordability constraints, they will continue to use public transport. However, the bigger battle that we have to face over here, or the fight over here, is that how is it that we enable this shift, these car users into public transport? And that is only possible if we make our transport equally convenient and comfortable as the private vehicle. So for that, the level of services provided by our public transport have to be really upgraded to that level. And that is why when we look at European countries, we see that there are even the mayors of the cities, they are traveling by public transport because the connectivity and the convenience is that great. So that is my next point. Interestingly, like I also said, that our cities organically have developed that the places of the destinations are closer to our origins. So this brings us to the point that a lot of when we look at the trip length data within our cities, we find that, particularly I can speak for Delhi, almost 40% of our trips are short distance trips, which are less than 5 kilometers of length. This kind of brings us to the point that we not only have to focus on public transport, but we also have to focus compulsorily on improving the NMT infrastructure within our cities, which is the non-motorized transport. That is, we have to facilitate our pedestrians and cyclists, because most of the short distance trips, that is the mode of transport. So I think I'm going to stop here. Just one last point which I would like to make is that there is a lot of talk about green mobility also. And when we talk about green mobility, of course, there's focus on NMT, but there's a lot of noise being made about the e-mobility section, and that is being looked as a solution for our climate problems associated to transport. However, at this forum, I would take the opportunity to make people wary of the fact that using e-mobility, I have nothing against that. Of course, the tailpipe emissions are zero, so most of us should deviate and try to use e-vehicles as much as possible. We are also electrifying our public transport fleet, which is fantastic. However, the larger issue, which none of us are, in fact, I'm not saying none, but not much adequate attention is being paid towards that, which is about the battery waste, which will get generated 9 to 10 years after this, as of today. So 10 years down the line, there's going to be a huge quantum of battery waste, and we not really think about it. And to the best of my knowledge and the data that I have, I think globally, we have only 5% of the capacities to manage or recycle this this battery waste which will start generating after say 10 years down the line. So just kind of making everyone wary about that. I think I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Professor Chatterjee. Will you go next?
Okay, let me start by thanking Adri and especially Professor Siddharth Mitra of Jadavpur for inviting here. Now, taking cue from my previous speakers, again, the point is that the congestion in the cities depend on many things. One of them is, of course, the structure of the city. I agree with Mrs. Chakraborty when he said that our cities have grown organically, but the city structure as it evolved. If we remember a very paper by Professor Robert Solow, where he talks about the land allocation in a linear city, he says that the land allocated to transportation in case of linear city is the lowest one. And we can find an example in Kolkata itself where the road space is only 6%. And this congestion is basically a supply demand problem because the demand for roads or demand for transport space, when it is outweighed by the supply of vehicles there, and there is a difference between the marginal social cost and the marginal private cost in case of use of transport, which usually arises because of our less dependence on public transportation system. There is congestion. There is congestion, and congestion, of course, congestion leads to air pollution because of incomplete internal combustion in case of our traditional petrol or diesel driven vehicles, and so and so. Now, when people have to uh, balance between money cost and congestion cost of transport, what do people do in case of the not the presence of absence of regular, dependable, and affordable public transport? They go for some other option which they can do. The taking what our chairman has said before, that it's richer people who go for their private transport. The middle income, they settle for two-wheelers and maybe old cars and others. And the lowest level, they depend on mostly the paratransits. And we have seen that we have done some work on the auto, which is basically the things in Kolkata. They run as something like not as how they run in Delhi or any other places as private carriers, poor man's taxi. It's basically a stage vehicle carrying from point to point. Whenever we did a survey a few years back, people said it is for because they are regular and because they have some speed. They have some speed, they save time. Now, what is the total effect of this type of uh, transport choice in a city? It's basically your streets are flooded with heterogeneous type of vehicles having different type of speeds, and that adds to congestion much more. When I was just glancing through the window here, I find lots and lots of types of vehicles here, and everyone nudging each other to get some space. And with changing economic structure and other, it's not that the two-wheelers are used by the middle income people who cannot buy who cannot afford the four-wheelers. It's the so-called food delivery and other things. They also use these two-wheelers, and they always run for speed because of the type of job they are doing, the nature of their job, that they have to deliver at the first stage speed and so on. So all these things add to congestion in Indian cities. The other cities, they say, if we take example from Europe, even Japan, at a particular stage of economic development, they are not being able to afford so many two-wheelers and so many type of things. And added to that, as I was saying, the paratransits given by these auto taxis and others. Now, what do we do to remove congestion? What are our traditional methods? Traditional methods, now our textbooks say about road pricing. Now, road pricing is hardly used in the city core. It may be used in the outer ring or something like that, in the outer part of the city. So mostly At least I do not have any example of road pricing being used to reduce congestion. What is done? The easiest thing is to go for traffic restrictions like parking controls, one-way roads, etc. Now, better traffic management can usually be done by technological upgradation or others. But usually, what we see that good traffic management requires good vigilance and monitoring. If monitoring fails, people are bound to or and they do not abide by the laws if there is not strict monitoring and others. Then the second and the more costlier option is road construction or to increase the road space by grade separation type of thing. We construct more and more of flyovers, underpasses, etc., to reduce congestion. But yes, they work for some time, but there are bottlenecks at the starting point and the ending point, and especially supply creates its own demand. So after a point of time, we also find the flyovers, underpasses are being congested. The congestion is being transferred there. Congestion is transferred there. So I agree with what Professor Gupta has said, that firstly, transport planning should be integrated with land use planning, in particular, and urban planning in general. If you arrange your city in such a way that people don't have to move long distances, that will take care of most of the problems. And secondly, there should be more emphasis on public transport of different kinds. Now, mass rapid transit system, yes, the initial investment is high, but if it is cheap and regular and dependable, then people will use it. And I don't think that the regular return to investment will be a problem in any case. Then, of course, that will lead to efficiency. If one remembers a very old cost-benefit analysis about the Violet Line in London. In the benefit part, they brought in that Violet Line actually goes to the main office district of London, and they brought in the efficiency of the workers in the benefit side. That if the workers don't have to face long times of congestion, if they don't take a long time to reach their workplaces, then their efficiency will surely increase, and they also calculated something like that. So for the Indian cities in 2024, if we want to do away with the heterogeneous traffic composition, the varying speed leading to more congestion and others, the only way can be go for public transport, and to think of urban planning in a more holistic pattern, not in a compartmentalized style that this is the job of the transport planner, this is the job of the land use planner, and so on. It should be a holistic planning. Thank you.
At first, I would like to thank Adri, Sinha, and Professor Mitra for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to be on this panel alongside such distinguished experts. It's a little bit of a task for me to follow up. Essentially, up to 4 senior experts have spoken on transport, but I will try my best. So I represent the Sustainable Futures Collaborative, and amongst other things, we do look at the health impacts of air pollution. So I try to contextualize the problem in terms of that a little bit, and also try to see how that sort of differs across the various income segments that Professor Somanathan asked us to do. So as Dr. Ghosh has already explained, and others as well, transport emissions, there are different components. But across all the cities in Patna, for example, it's around 20% in the winters. By and large, this is about the same amount across various cities in the country. And there are 2 kinds of emissions that come out from transport, one being the combustion-based PM 2.5, and as Miss Chakravarti pointed out here, that combustion-based emissions are a little bit more dangerous, particularly coming from diesel. They're particularly harmful for health. And the other side of the picture was what Dr. Ghosh explained with the silting of roads and how resuspension of dust is another sort of problem that arises out of transport. So what I'd like to really focus on here is a study that looked at transport microenvironments, and there have been several studies like this. This is a study from 2015. It was done by Rahul Goel and others. It's based in Delhi, and it looked at a comparison of how much, say, if you were within a car, whether with its window open or with its AC on, or in an auto rickshaw, or if you were walking, and what is the ratio of your exposure compared to that of the ambient levels. So what they found was very interesting and is very indicative. The worst affected are the people who walk, and they are 1.4 times more exposed to the ambient pollution levels as opposed to the baseline. And this is true almost across the board. So if you cycle, it's 1.1%. So it's almost always true. You're going to be more exposed if you're on the road or living close to the road to ambient pollution, except if you own an AC car where your exposure actually is half. And also incidentally in Delhi, because you have the parts of the metro which is underground, so there it's about 20% better off. But by and large, the only way to avoid pollution if you're driving on the road is to own an AC car. And I mean, this is a very sort of clear demonstration of the differential impact, right? Like others have explained, that some people who are locked in because of their economic status, they cannot afford other options. They're locked into certain options that, due to no fault of their own, are being exposed to highly toxic levels of emissions just as they are going about their livelihood. And on the other side, you have a group of people who simply do not want to engage with this and have the opportunity to sort of opt out of this, almost it being like a private solution to this problem. So they just buy a car and they can simply avoid this problem entirely. And this ties back to the concept of a dose, which is that you may be exposed, but the exposure is also tied to how much time you are exposed, and ultimately, basically, the amount of particles that are going into your lungs. So in general, if travel is faster, then you're exposed to a lower dose, and that is generally a better thing. And the easiest way in which people do that is if they buy a private car, and which is why in affluent cities you see the car numbers going through the roof. But that's a vicious cycle. Like ma'am pointed out here, it's, if you make bigger roads, people will just realize that, oh, it's such a pleasure to drive, and they will buy more cars. So I think it's called the Jevons paradox, where you make things more efficient, but the efficiency sort of falls off eventually. And on the other side, people who don't have any other options, and the common problem, I would say, across cities is that you have the metro, which kind of caters to the middle income people, and it's coming up across all cities, including in Patna. But people who are above the category sort of opt out of it because last mile connectivity and service delivery is still a problem in terms of how you can access the metro. And then people who can't afford to get to the metro or can't use the metro, for example, they rely on paratransit, on e-rickshaws, which again, like ma'am pointed out, sort of congests the roads and makes things worse. So here we have a problem where it's effectively possible for some people to buy out of the air pollution problem, but it actually makes things worse for everyone else, particularly the people who don't really have any other choice.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that was a very enlightening round of discussion. I'd just like to pose one follow-up question to the panelists. I think that all of you have emphasized the difficulties with private solutions to the congestion problem. That is, as Mr. Karkun just finished up by saying, that the rich can, try to buy their way out of the problem by buying a car, which enables them to get there faster. But of course, that, the collective outcome of all of this is that you get more congestion, more pollution, and then the government responds by building more roads to alleviate that congestion, which then stimulates, as Professor Chatterjee also said earlier, stimulates more of this. So I think it's clear that, you know, public transport, better public transport has to be part of the solution at least. And what I'd like is one quick round from the panelists, maybe reflecting on the question of how do we go from here to there? I think that this panel is quite unanimous that we need more public transport and less private transport, at least of the kind, you know, of cars, private cars, which take up a lot of space. But we are here, right? We are in a situation in which, you know, at the individual level, it's very rational if you can afford it to buy a car, or and if you can't afford it, at least to buy a two-wheeler. And if you can't afford even that, it's sort of, you know, hard luck. That's the society, that's the urban environment in which the current equilibrium we're in. And I'd just like to ask all of you to reflect very briefly on how you think there's a path going forward from here to there. I think all of you are unanimous that there involves a much greater mix of public transport. And but if we can just have a quick reflection, one round here, and then I would like to open it up to the audience to ask questions from the panelists primarily, please. So thank you. We can go in the same sequence, sure.
Okay, thanks. I think that's a very important way to frame it. And it's late afternoon. To answer Som, your question, I think we in India, in most Indian cities, I would say in all Indian cities, urban transport is a mess. Each of us faces this, right? We have our own solutions. You may want to have a car or whatever, but we all deal with this problem. Things are not working. And when you ask, how do we go from here to there? Firstly, I think no matter what we say sitting in this room, I think things are just going to get worse. The reason things are going to get worse is that the way we are still thinking about this problem, the paradigm that I said, we are still stuck in these outdated paradigms, the supply side paradigm, which all of us have been talking about, that build more roads, build more flyovers. That's not the paradigm. We are agreed in principle that if the paradigm is move people, not cars, think about the urban poor, think about equity, all of these things we are saying, but I'm sorry to say, I do not see that thinking permeating our policymakers, our urban transport planners. A lot of these things are supply side solutions. You can even hazard at political economy reasons why we are building very, very expensive. The quote unquote public transport is this fascination with the metro. So cities, I mean, you'd be shocked, but a city like Gorakhpur has sanctioned a 27-kilometer metro with 17 stations overground. Gorakhpur. I mean, so what I'm really trying to say is, no, it's there. I was looking at these numbers. It's horrendous. So the point is that things are in a mess. Things are not working. We are in very sort of, you know, outdated paradigms of thinking about these problems, and therefore things will get worse. And this is a very serious problem, because if you're thinking of a Viksit Bharat, if you're thinking of this 5, 7, $10 trillion economies, how are you going to have this kind of an economy with a gridlock, dysfunctional, congested, and polluted cities? It just boggles my mind. I just do not understand how we are thinking of this economy to be the world's second biggest, third biggest, whatever you have, with the kinds of problems we have, with the kinds of current ways we are thinking about these problems. Having said that, the solutions are available. You just have to look around in the world to see. I respectfully disagree with Professor Chatterjee about road pricing. There are multiple examples. I mean, that's just one, but there are so many other things. Things do work. Very densely populated cities have been able to with some degree of success, handle urban transport issues. So I think right now, though, I'm fairly pessimistic about the way we are going. But yes, there are solutions available there. And if we somehow are able to get our act together, we could make things better. But I don't see that happening in the current way of thinking. But having said that, yes, we are sitting here, we're sitting in Patna. I think, there are the solutions to the extent that Adri and all have the ears of your policymakers. Maybe you can come up with, useful solution. And I think anything that puts people at the center and then starts working backwards is the one. By people, I mean the mass, the large number of people. I'll just want to make one comment about the metro that, that or rather about traffic mythology. If you allow me just one slide, I will show you that one slide because I'm just going to plug an old article I wrote in a website on traffic mythology. And this traffic mythology is basically the outdated ways of thinking. And I think I come from Delhi, and I think Delhi has had a very bad, very pernicious effect on all other cities. So firstly, everybody goes to Delhi, looks at the metro, gets very excited. Everybody goes to Delhi and looks at all these big roads, fancy flyovers, and gets very excited. If you just go down, there is, this one, the mythology. So the iske pehle wala, the slide before this. So the mythology is that traffic cannot get worse. Actually, it's going to get a lot worse because as we have more and more cars, as incomes go up. Mythology two, which we've all agreed that more roads and flyovers will eat congestion. And we've all agreed that you just build more roads, more flyovers, more cars. It's a self-defeating solution. So, and this is important for cities like Patna, which are, you have about what, 22.5 million people now, 25 lakhs, 30 lakhs, maybe. So it's not. Mythology three is parking is a birthright. A car is only used about 5% of the time in a 24-hour period. The rest of the time it is parked. And if it is not being parked in your own property, it's parked on public space. So you in effect have privatized public space. And that's again a very Delhi thing, In Delhi, you go, you'll see outside your house. Do not park, tires will be deflated. I mean, it's not yours, it's not your road. So I think that mythology, and then mythology four is this, that Delhi or metro will solve all problems. It's not going to solve all problems. It just creates this copycat effect. And like I've already mentioned, Gorakhpur as a very egregious example, but so many other cities are just building metros and thinking that is the way out for public transport. I just don't think that's really the way it's going to go. And the fifth myth that I've already mentioned is that we have nothing to learn from the West or the East. Our policymakers are very knowledge proof. So we always think that, okay, Singapore is too small and China is too regimented and this and that. We just don't. And that's the last sort of the answer to your question that, where do we go from here to there? Well, let's start looking outside and seeing the things that work. And not just think that that sub-janta attitude or being knowledge proof. So I mean and there's the hyperlink to my article. You can read it where I have talked about this mythology. And the last slide I just want to show you, since Professor Rutul Joshi is here from CEPT. So this slide is ये इसके बाद है last नहीं एक photo है इसमें okay इसके oh, sorry, I should be using it instead of, This is the BRT. I pulled it off the net. This is the BRT in where? It's in Ahmedabad. It's called Janmarg. And the bus rapid transit has actually, firstly, it's much cheaper. BRT, how much is it, Professor Joshi? About 10 crores a kilometer? An overground metro, which is also an urban blight, by the way. This is blighted, and you go to any city, and given the way we execute our public works, it takes forever. So you live with this level of dysfunctionality, congestion. You whether go to Kolkata, Bombay, I'm sure yahan bhi, it must be happening. That a future will be nice. So let's be, and these are ugly, monstrous things all over ground. An overground metro is an order of magnitude more than a kilometer of BRT. So if BRT takes about 15 crores a kilometer, an overground metro line is about 150 crores. Achha, there's inflation when I was at, and an underground metro is how many kilometers? Okay, so no, but I thought the overground and underground. Anyway, the point is you get the idea that a BRT 10 times more is a overground and maybe 3 times is an underground metro. So you can see of the expense, and the BRT has been working very well in many other parts of the world. I was sitting next to Professor Joshi and I learned to my horror that instead of building more BRTs, Bhopal has removed its BRT. Yeah, Delhi, of course, long back, but Pune has done away with its BRT. So instead of building more BRTs as a viable public transport option, we are going. And from what I heard from you, and I won't quote you, but it's all being recorded, that the Ahmedabad BRT is also being run into the ground. They're not investing in it. So I'll leave that picture with you, and I'll stop there.
Okay. Thank God I didn't make a presentation, because inspired by Sir's article, my presentation was almost the same as what you'd already presented. So, okay. So to answer the question, my thing is that it is not a choice between, or it is not a competition between modes. Okay. Our public transport system, when I say a system, every mode has a role to play. And while I agree that the metros for Indian cities has now become an aspirational thing, that my city has a metro, cities, really small cities also like Sir quoted, are building metros, and there is no ridership. And actually for the mass transit, I think it is 10,000 per peak hour, PHPDT. There is this date, they should have this kind of a demand for actually going for, a mass transit system in the form of a metro. For buses, I think it's 5,000 PHPDT. So all these benchmarks or standards, they are being ignored, and the cities are just developing metros. However, let me again talk about Delhi. We have the Delhi Metro there, a very expansive, the largest metro network in the country, and I think the third largest or something in the world. I mean, even globally, it's if we compare it to other metro systems, it's really expansive. However, there also the modal shift, the modal split in Delhi is 60-40 in favor of public transport. And this has been there, and the master plan envisaged this to be as 80-20 in favor of public transport. This gap of 20%, which we have not been able to match, is because our public transport systems, or the public transport modes, let me call them, they are all working in silos, and there's no integration between them. When I talk about integration, I mean spatial integration, and also operational integration, in the sense that their timings are not synchronized. This talk of unified ticketing, that has helped, but unified ticketing along with telescoping pricing, that is something that would have really helped in achieving this. One additional point that I would want to make here is that, of course, we need integration between these modes, but we should not only talk about public transport. There is a new term that is being globally adopted, which is about shared modes, okay, which includes the public transport, and it also includes the IPTs. So the IPTs, they have a very, very vital role to play in this entire public transport system. And however, very little effort is being made towards regularizing these, modes of transport, which cater to the last mile connectivity essentially. So we should focus on shared modes of transport. That is very, very important. Public transport, of course, is something that we should continue to expand. And more than metro, I think we should focus more on the bus system. It is just unfortunate that bus systems, which takes you closer to your doorstep, that is something which is being hugely ignored. Even in Delhi, the fleet size of the buses has come down. substantially. Now there is no new procurement which is taking place. However, the fleet size in the first place should not have gone down at all, because people thought that there's metro and there's a lot of investment going towards that. The buses were ignored. But like I said in the beginning, it's the buses complementing the metro and metro complementing the buses. It's not a either or choice that we are making. In my previous statement also, I said that if the public transport or the shared modes have to compete with the private mode of transport, there are three aspects or three attributes that they need to necessarily have. Firstly, they have to be equally convenient, equally comfortable, and they have to be affordable. When I talk about affordability, there is a general understanding that public transport or shared modes are generally affordable, but that is not the case. Particularly in case of Delhi Metro, Delhi Metro is expensive for people. You will understand that once you travel in the metro and you see that there are people of certain genre or certain gentry that are there who are traveling in the metro, and metro is preferred or economical. There are studies which prove that only for long distance trips, not for short distance trips. So all these factors play into, come into play when we talk about why this modal shift, the envisaged modal shift of 80-20 is not successfully, it has not happened in Delhi as yet. And there are multiple push and pull factors. One thing that needs to be done is that we are always thinking of pushing in more investment towards public transport. However, we are not thinking or giving adequate emphasis on the other fact that we have to inconvenience the purchasing of cars. I wouldn't say we have to inconvenience the car users. Okay. So there are multiple strategies. However, the automobile industry in India is so strong that we have not been able to do that. Buying a car, so in Delhi, at least, there is this adage that goes that Delhi property rates are so high that if a person saves a little bit of money, they go and buy a car because they're not going to afford the house anytime in Delhi. So buying the car has to be made, it has to be rationed, if that is the word that I can use. It's happened in Singapore. It is so easy to go and buy a car because you have these car loans which are available. In Singapore, there's one example which I would like to say, taking forward from what Sir was saying, Mr. Dr. Gupta, that there is a lot that we can learn from the West and the East, Singapore being in the East. So there they have this concept of certificate of entitlement. So there is a certain number of cars that the Singapore government says that these are the number of cars, say for instance 100, that are going to ply on Singapore roads. That volume of cars, it never increases. Okay. After say 10 years of the car's life, once it is not allowed to operate on the Singapore roads, then there is a shortage of cars. Then only those number of cars are added so that that steady number is maintained. Okay. And for buying those cars also, the permit to buy the car, you have to actually what should I say? You have to quote a price for that. Okay. So there are people who are wanting to acquire this certificate of entitlement at very, very high price. Again, the certificate of entitlement, it is not given to just about anybody. The person has to prove that I have a car's parking space in Singapore. Only then that certificate of entitlement to purchase the car is, awarded to that person. So this kind of strategies we have to actually think about. We have to make purchase of cars difficult, and alongside that we have to upgrade the quality of services provided by our public transport systems as a whole, as an integrated system, and only then we'll be able to achieve this increase in usage of public and shared modes of transport. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, when I talked about road pricing is effective, I talked about the core city, not the other parts. In the core city, road pricing hardly works. Now, from here to where, what will be our future course to ease the traffic problems, transport congestion, and others in Indian cities? Now, I think I should mention another thing. One of the results of congestion leads to another type of pollution, that is noise pollution. Unnecessary honking and others, different types of air give rise to sort of cacophony and chaos in the Indian streets, which is just unthinkable anywhere. So maybe with easing of transportation system, easing of congestion, we may have to do, we will eventually do out with this unnecessarily noise pollution in the cities. But again, let me emphasize on sort of integrated transport planning. When we are planning metro or anything, we are not thinking of the dispersal that would take place in a major metro station or even a bus station, and what will be the last mile connectivity, taking cue from what Mrs. Chakraborty has already said, that we never think of last mile connectivity, planners never think of it, we leave it to the users. That you come down of the metro, you come down of the bus, then you will decide how you will reach your home with your luggages and everything, babies, etc. That's your problem, not the transport planner's problem. So this is a problem, and this problem becomes more and more important if we go to the lower tier cities. There are hardly any type of private transport exists. Public transport exists, and the private transport, as far as my experience goes, is almost exhaustionist. They exhort in the absence of any other viable alternative. They almost exhort from you what they want, and that is something that is again a failure of our absence of any sort of transportation policy for all types of urban centers. Yes, we think of cities because they have more problems, but it's not that the lower tier cities and towns don't have any sort of transportation problem. Maybe the congestion is lower, maybe transport needs are lower, but of course there are sort of transportation different types of problems, and one of them is total absence of public transport system. Now, given that, the one solution may be, I mean, it may sound utopic or something like that, that that we should go for not the very costly metro type of thing, but an effective public transport, maybe a surface transport. Now, at one time there was lots of debate where public transport will be subsidized or not, lots of issue that it is subsidized in Singapore, so why not in our country, etc. Now, sometimes we want to look everything from a human rights framework. Now, if the Singapore type of restriction is imposed on our country, that you won't get the permission to buy a car if we don't have public space, that will be taken as a human right violation. That I have right to buy a car, sort of like that. So I think an uniform framework of urban transport is should be developed, which should be a combination of a public and private, but that should be and affordable, regular, and dependable. The first thing, it should be dependable in many sense, including the safety issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karko.
I just like to, I think, focus a little bit on the political economy side of things this time around. I think there are two aspects, right? I think first is the auto sector, if I'm not mistaken, is about 50% of India's industrial GDP. So that's like a behemoth, and it employs a lot of people. It carries a lot of political weight. So any move, and essentially what we are proposing here is to diminish that sector significantly. So that is something worth keeping in mind. And I guess the second aspect here is that the aspirational aspect of cars, and this is what Professor Chatterjee just said about the human rights aspect. I mean, I think car ownership, four-wheeler ownership in Delhi is, I think, around 10% or 20%. I don't have the exact numbers, but it's actually very low. But the impact that you see on the roads is already tremendous. So going forward, it'll only get worse, like Professor Gupta pointed out, right? And who are we to tell someone who's been driving a two-wheeler or walking to work, and after saving for years, that they can't get a car for their family when other aspects of their lives can't be secured. Their children can't get securely to school. They can't get an ambulance on time to go to the hospital, and so on. So these are all interconnected problems, and it's a challenge as well. On the other side, I think there is sort of a pecking order when it comes to transport modes. Like the car is definitely the king, and lately the SUV in particular is the king. The notional sort of power that it represents on the road and why people sort of refer it. earlier it used to be a Honda City, now it's like a Ford Fortuner. That trend has sort of shifted. There's an entire sort of history of why the SUV came into being and why it's such a problem, both in terms of carbon emissions and air pollutant emissions. It's an absolute nightmare. And the fact that you are then occupying a whole bunch of, I think, public space that you have no right to really, but you are doing it anyway. There's that aspect, but there's also one tier below that, I think, is the metro systems. And I think just in terms of the kind of political setup that we live in, having large infrastructural projects, which are huge sort of financial undertakings, are very attractive because, amongst other things, it's very good signaling, and that sort of prioritizes that as well. And it's only after these two things do we have the other sort of modes of transport being even talked about. And often, I mean, metros are they have a lot of problems, like everyone's pointed out. And I think one of the one of the things that I think I'd like to point out here is that metros sometimes cannibalize other modes of transport. So sometimes you would develop a metro along a established bus route, and then the bus transport corporation would suffer because their revenues, which are anyway quite bad, would not be able to get people on board, right? So that there are those kinds of problems that might happen. So
That happened with the Howrah line opening in Kolkata.
yes, exactly. So this is a common story across cities.
Water transport got affected.
Yeah, so just, I mean, I think many of the people in this room are familiar with the UMTA concept, which is the integration of urban metropolitan transport authorities, but that it hasn't really taken off. We have some, I think in this budget, there was an announcement for 22 transit-oriented development plans.
14.
So let's 14, sorry. 14. Yeah, so things are in motion, but I think integration is something that definitely needs to happen. But till such a time where the car is the king of transport in cities, I think we are in trouble. And this is a larger behavioral shift. And it goes, I think it's difficult to just ban it. I think it will take some time. A lot of it would involve educating people about, what the AQI is, for example. People don't even know if a higher AQI number is good or bad, because when they give an exam, 90 is better than 80. But when it comes to the AQI, a higher number is worse. So like there are these kind of very intuitive things that people don't really understand. And exposure to pollution itself is something that's not well understood. So, slow and steady, we'll have to educate people. And I think we'll have to keep building infrastructural projects like metros, like buses. In the earlier panel, the greening panel, where we talked about how, converting areas of around roads to make it more walkable, things like that, and hope that eventually the trend shifts and people realize that owning a car is not such a big deal, and there is at that exact moment an equal opportunity also available to switch. And I think just last thing I'd like to add is that EVs are being pushed quite heavily, and there's a lot of like initial capital expenditure that people are willing to put in. That's also partly because it's almost like a one-to-one substitution from an ICE vehicle to an EV. But they're not silver bullets. They're still, all the problems of congestion, etc., remain. Of course, the tailpipe emissions benefit is huge, cannot be understated. But there are, because they are heavier, and as also SUVs are heavier, and like the heavier the traffic, the more resuspension, secondary particulates get emitted, and there's a planning aspects of where you're going to set up your charging. I mean, you can set it up in your apartment, sure, but outside of apartments in smaller areas, how are you going to charge an EV? So there are these kinds of considerations, and it's really not a silver bullet solution, much like the metro was touted to be a few years. So that's where I'd like to stop.
So thank you very much. So I would now like to ask, well, let me just add one comment of my own to this very stimulating discussion, which is that I want to go back to the original idea, which is that if we're going to put people first, maybe we should think about making, putting the pedestrians first, because after all, except for the person who can drive their car right up to their driveway and then drive it right up, for every other person, you are going to have to use the city street. You're going to have to walk down the street at least a little way. So if no matter how many bus rapid transit systems you build instead of metros, if Shrikant gets his way, it'll still be the case that you're going to have to get from your place of work to that bus rapid transit system. And from when you get off it, you're going to have to go home. So unless those pavements, unless we prioritize the fact that streets should be prioritized for people who are walking, and the people who are in cars should be second class citizens. Right now, it is completely the reverse. People in cars are first class citizens. Everybody else had better watch out for their lives. So if we can, if we, unless we revert that, unless we reverse that, unless we say that those who are walking, we are going to build the infrastructure for them. We're going to make sure that every street has pavements on both sides. And then if that means the street is narrower, and so, people in cars are going to go slower, so be it. People who are walking should get priority. If we don't move in that direction, I'm afraid that no matter how much infrastructure you build, whether it's buses or metros or anything else, you won't solve the problem, because people will not be able to use those buses and metros because they won't be able to get in and out of them. I think that's something that I just wanted to add to this discussion. But now I'd like to take one round of questions from the audience. Please keep your questions short and to the point, and please mention which panelist your question is directed to. We'll take one round and then we'll come back to the panel.
Yeah, it's a comment, and maybe Sarika can sort of comment on it. It seems that if you look at it, one way, the solution is quite simple, that you have dedicated space for public transport, for cars, for pedestrians, for cycles, bicycles. What that would do would completely alter the equilibrium, because now you have a dedicated space for cycles, so there'll be more cycles. You have restricted the space for cars, and that would mean that people would want to own less of cars. But what happened, I think a deeper problem is what has been hinted, is the political economy problem. And there, the powerful group is the automobile industry and the automobile users. Now, what I don't understand is that, if you look at the installation of cycling lanes in Europe and all that, those came about because the cyclists were a very powerful lobby. So why can't cyclists and pedestrians form a powerful lobby in India, given that there are so many of them?
It's a very okay.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for, I think, a lot of good points made by Sarika and the gentleman in the center. I don't, I kind of beg to disagree with Professor Mitra. I don't think that having a lobby is the answer here, and nobody was as powerful ever in any city, even if the pedestrians or cyclists per se. And it's no, I think we know the figures that pedestrians are killed by hundreds and thousands every year. Lakhs, actually, I'm sorry. It's around 1.7 lakhs a year in our country. Now, I think my only, this is a comment actually, not a question. My only observation in this regard is it's a problem of supply, actually, supply of public transport. No matter we can pose restrictions to cars, but unless we improve the supply, however, these restrictions will go down. I mean, they will just backfire, and politically, it may not be savvy to do that. So I think what we as government and what we as individuals need to understand is that unless the supply is reached to a certain critical mass, we are not going to see major reforms in this sector. So to see major reforms, this is the primary thing, and the war between metro and bus needs to stop, and is also my submission, because in some cases, like the mega cities like Chennai, Delhi, Mumbai, if we see just the structure of the city, the entire expanse of the city, the metro is absolutely necessary for these cities. We can't do without metro in these cities. Yes, I agree that for smaller cities, definitely metro is not the first mode of transport that we need to invest in. So, but that even with the metro or the buses, I can take the example of Singapore, where the Singapore is actually run by the transport system is run by two private operators, and both of the private operators, they run the buses and the metro, some of the metro lines, and the buses actually cross subsidize the metro system to a large extent. So it's the buses which actually pay up for the metro also, but still they do run the metro. It's not like that they don't, because it caters to the very large trip. So I would, it's a small submission that, we need to, as technical people here, we also need to understand whether we need to really wage a very big war between metro and bus. But yes, the demand for buses is probably something that we absolutely want and need.
Can I? Can I? Okay. No, very quickly, because we're talking about urban poor and their mobility choices. My PhD was on that topic, and one of the finding was that the location of slums are very strategic in the city. It minimizes the distances for the urban poor. And now I think with what's happening with both with PMAY and also the metro projects, which is where the majority of the budget allocations are in the budget, we are making the PMAY housing further away from the city. So we have people who need transport, but they don't have transport. And then where we are building transport, we need people and we don't have people. So my question to both Professor Gupta and Sarika is there a way in which we can make this happen so that, the metro gets ridership and people get transport who are sort of, pushed outside in the city?
Hi, given that urban transport inherits dysfunctional urban fabric, as Rutul pointed out, how much, I'm very curious, I'm an urban designer, how much of the focus in your field or research is focusing on some of these mismatches? Work is totally spread out in Noida, Gurgaon, affordable housing is spread out. And the examples which are being suggested, they are examples of highly integrated urban development where transport is well worked out with density, real estate pricing, and a lot more integrated work with many fields before it is actually implemented. So how much do you think that route can have attraction to Indian cities? Because I think Delhi BRT was made, but it was, although it was scrapped, but it was not designed. I mean, there were certain glitches in a, what would you would call some aspects of design of how it was implemented. Because I think the question is also implementing integrated ideas between transport, urban fabric, and people centric. So how does that happen?
So I have three small observations. First is about these collective use of transport. So last mile connectivity, I think, is a very important point. And I'll give you an example of, the use of auto rickshaws in Calcutta and Delhi, or any other city. In Calcutta, what happens, so autos actually apply in a certain routes, and if you want to travel in that route, you have to share the auto rickshaw. You cannot, had it privately like in Delhi. Okay, so that's one type of sharing which goes on. But the problem is in Calcutta is totally political. Actually, you cannot, control the number of autos because of huge informal sector unemployment and all those things. So that's another problem. So that's one. Secondly, sir, have you noticed that, in the old metro cities, when the metros and metros are built, so they are normally built on the broad roads, which are used for buses. So because, construction of metro needs space, that I understand. And there are very few broad avenues and roads like that in these cities. So there the metros are built. So basically, and there are narrow lanes where the buses cannot go. So they are left untouched. So essentially what happens, bus and metro, so they will compete with each other. So, and that happens, by construction, by the history of the city. So that's another aspect. How do you look at it? So that's an issue. The third is about this, so when you are saying that the people live near their location of job, so then, and of course, all the jobs are located at the same place. So therefore, agglomeration happens. But, location of residence is not decided only by transport cost. So there are many other factors, environment and all these things. And you cannot build metro, public transport in an area which is suburban, okay, and, sparsely located. So because, you cannot, you cannot fund it, finance it, okay? So hugely costly and demand is not there. So you cannot have that, you cannot reduce the number of cars in that way by building metro, because people who are living, to the suburb areas, having large flats,
think we
so
should-
they cannot commute, right? So that's another problem. So that probably, has gone unnoticed. Thank you.
So I think we'll stop here and we'll ask the panelists to respond. Dr. Chakravarti has to leave after this, so I'll ask you to please respond first.
Um, Please excuse me if I'm not able to recall all the questions. But the first one was about the cyclist and pedestrian lobby, and I quite agree with everything that um, Anuj was saying. So actually, where we are going wrong is, see, there are certain considerations when it comes to walking and cycling, and the first one, which I think is the primary consideration, is our weather conditions. Okay, so European countries, they are much cooler, and when it comes to walking and cycling in the kind of extreme weathers that we have in India, it becomes difficult. However, I'm not saying that. In my previous submission also, I had said that almost 40% of the trips in Delhi are short distance trips. Okay, to so facilitate those trips, of course, we need infrastructure which is, which facilitates or increases the number of cyclists and pedestrians on the road. Having said that, where we are going, making a lobby and having adopting an activist approach, that is something that people can always say that we need safer conditions to walk and cycle, but that is not how that is going to yield the results that we want. If we really truly want walking and cycling to become safer and for people to start walking and cycling, then we have to plan our networks, walking and cycling networks, very carefully. What is happening in India is that we are developing walking and cycling, not networks but corridors. So it is from point A to point B. But what happens when I go from point A to point B, and after point B, I again, I don't know how to continue walking or how to continue cycling. So it is a city level NMT network plan which is required, wherein a network of footpaths and cycling lanes that needs to be provided. That is the only way wherein we will be able to ask, or we will be able to, enable this shift or increase the number of cyclists and pedestrians on the streets. And I think their work, like what Akash is doing, all that is going to be the fundamental need for improving the overall ambience and the environment which is conducive to walking and cycling. Point number 2 was about this metro and ridership thing. So, which I think, which is a question which spans across many of these, many amongst the audience. So, like I said, in Indian cities, when metros are planned, invariably metro systems are looking at places to form these stations, to place their stations where they think they will get ridership. And they will get ridership only from the high density areas. Okay, so at most of the places where our metro stations are, there is some kind of a travel demand evaluation which is done, and there is a certain ridership that is assured for the metro system, and only then the station is placed there. So I don't think that there will be metro or public transport networks which are created for far off spaces. If there are, then the frequency of those areas would be much less. Frequency to those areas, connecting to those areas is very less. Here, I would just want to bring out, mention a study that we had done while preparing the master plan of Delhi 2041. We had undertaken a public transport accessibility level analysis for the whole of Delhi. Okay, wherein for each square inch of Delhi, there was a access index value which was assigned to that space. How was that access index value arrived at? Is that what is the level of public transport accessibility there? And when we talk about level of public transport accessibility, I'm not just talking about the network, but I'm also talking about the frequency and the capacity of the public transport mode which is serving that particular area. And based on that, a lot of decisions were taken. For instance, we said that if the PTAL value of a area is high, then I'm going to rationalize the parking there. I'm going to provide less parking there, because we have given you a good option of a robust public transport network for that area. So whenever any kind of mobility, things or decisions are taken, it is important that we base it on some kind of a data-based rationale, and only then that will be accepted. And I agree with what Rutul was also saying, that it is not about either or choice. Our public transport systems, until unless they are made extremely robust, until unless we give people the choice that we are going to cut down on your car usage, etc., but we are giving you an option to travel or to continue with your life, to continue with the commutes, with your daily commutes through a shared or public transport mode, then only this modal shift will take place. Was there any other thing that was there which I'm missing? Sorry about that. I think that is about all. There's just one point that I would like to mention here, one example, that in the US, private vehicle users also, they have apps over there. Okay. So they say they use their vehicles also as a revenue generating source or resource, let's call it that. So for instance, if I own a car and I go and park my car in my office, and for next 8 hours I will not be using the car, then there is an app wherein I put my car up for hiring. Okay, so someone else can use my car in the meantime, and that car then is placed back into my parking lot when I need it. So this kind of things also, I mean, I know it's a slightly far-fetched idea from the Indian point of view, but we have to start thinking and innovating these kind of solutions. Only then, this shift towards the public and shared modes will be enabled. I think I'll stop here. Thank you so much, Adri, for the opportunity. I really have to leave. Thank you. Thank you.
So we're really running out of time. Thank you so much. Do you can any of the panelists have one last comment, and then we should wind up?
I don't think any question was specifically for me. I just end up by sharing a small episode. There was a program going on in West Bengal government from 2005 to 2012 by DFID funding, which was called Kolkata Urban Services for the Poor. And there it was first it was for Kolkata metropolitan area, and then it was adopted for all the municipal towns of West Bengal. Now in there, for the local livelihood plan, one of the thing was to share these cycle rickshaws for unemployed youth. Now I studied two towns, one Bhatpara in Kolkata metropolitan area, a very old industrial town. Now, of course, industry is dismantled, and another Daihat in a rural, with a rural background in the Bardhaman district. There, what happened? Exactly the opposite thing happened with these cycle rickshaws and others. In Bhatpara, it congested the road more. There was not much taker because already many cycle rickshaws were there. In Daihat, just the opposite happened. There was no taker for cycle rickshaw. The cycle rickshaw, the people there, the small town, people hardly use cycle rickshaw there for commuting, for local commuting at least. So sometimes it happened that transport, if, as I was saying, that you have to integrate with urban planning, just for local livelihood plan, you are giving away cycle rickshaws, but you are not looking at the transport demand, that backfires.
I have one comment. Ajit said that if I don't leave the podium, I will not get the podium. So I will leave the podium.
Okay, so.
No, no.
So, so thank you very much, and thank you to the panelists and to the audience for all the stimulating discussion.
Thank you to all the panelists for this wonderful session. Now we are moving to our next session. So we have presentations on urban waste management, and I would like to invite Dr. Dipankar Bhattacharya, Assistant Planner at Socio-Economic Planning Unit, Kolkata Metropolitan Development Authority, and Dr. Joy Karmakar, Lecturer at Sirampur College, Kolkata. This session will be moderated by Professor Siddharth Mitra. So I request Professor Mitra to please proceed this session. Thank you.
Uh, to start with, I want to apologize to the presenters beforehand. There is a screening of a film scheduled at 4:30 from Delhi, and it cannot be delayed by a very long time. So that is the constraint we are facing here. So therefore, I am requesting you to take 15 minutes each for your presentation. Is that possible? Okay. Yeah? Yeah. So, so the first presenter is Dr. Dipankar Bhattacharya, and he's speaking on a study on demand and utilization of refuse-derived fuel fraction of processed solids waste. So over to Dipankar. Okay, as you near 15 minutes, I will just alert you about it.
Okay, sir. Is it visible? Okay. My presentation is about refuse-derived fuel. It is a fraction that is derived while processing solid waste. Actually, solid waste can be categorized in two ways. Firstly, if we categorize it by source and composition, then it can be classified into organic, inorganic, or hazardous waste. However, if we categorize it temporally, that is over time, then we get legacy waste that has been accumulating for quite some time, and it is dumped at some dump sites, or it may be some grounds have been converted into a dump site by accumulation of legacy waste. And another type of solid waste is the daily waste that is collected by the municipal bodies or any transaction agencies that has got the tender from the municipal bodies and processing it daily. It is happening on daily basis. My presentation is more confined on with the second type of classification, that is the solid waste that is categorized into either legacy waste or fresh waste. And let me share one thing. The basic composition of waste in case of legacy and fresh is the moisture content. And since the consumption pattern has changed over the passage of time, so the actual items remains fixed, but the basic percentage composition has changed over the time. Well, now I am generalizing it, whether it is a legacy waste or it is a fresh waste. Once the processing starts, first the stabilization has to be done. That is the aeration process. Then the biocultures and chemicals are added. And after 2 or 3 months time, the aeration, when the windrow aeration is done, then the segregation starts. And while these two steps that you can see on the screen, segregation and screening, one step, and the second stage is shredding or size reduction. In segregation and screening, since most of the waste that is collected by our municipal bodies is in the mixed form in India. In India, very small fraction of waste is sorted at the source, that is at the home or at the market. Most of the waste, more than 90% of the waste, is in the mixed form. So the segregation becomes an important part. Here, the fraction starts totally, we start getting the fractions slowly. First is according to the size of the waste particles, we get three types of fractions. Well, I will come to that later in the next slide. Before that, let me tell you that after these two stages are over, we get three types of fractions. One is the good earth, second is the inert composition, and third is the refuse derived fuel. What is refuse derived fuel? I'll be coming to it. Before that, after the shredding is done, the inert composition is not yet in the final stage that can be used up by the ULBs or any private parties. So the material recovery has to be done. And the other part, what we call the good earth, is still not in the final stage. So composting is done, that we find that some or the other agencies take the tender of processing it, vermicomposting or composting it. And the third fraction, that is the RDF, it is a composition of wood, plastic, paper, glass, and these type of materials. And the main material that we are more concerned with, all the ULBs or the development authorities or government is concerned with, is the plastic. The plastic has a characteristic, combustible characteristic, for which it can be reused or recycled. Well, the rest that is not obtained through any fraction or something, that goes to landfill. Now, since I don't have much time, let me go through this very quickly. Here I have already explained that we get three types of fractions, that is the good earth, the inert, and the RDF. And I am concerned with the RDF today. What happens with the RDF is the refuse derived fuel. but the fuel is not what we think the fuel is. It's not in the oil pattern or the oil type. It is the plastic. See, in the two pictures I have shown this is the RDF. This the composition of the plastic and wood and other particles that we get, and the one is the good quality RDF, which is very clean and sharp, and another is the bad quality RDF, which has a lot of mud and other things in it, which has to be cleaned. But the problem is here, this good quality RDF has to be co-processed. That is, after obtaining the RDF from the solid waste fraction, it has to be cleaned and co-processed such that it can be sold in the market. If it is not sold in the market, if no one is there to take it up, then that will again get accumulated, and our aim is not fulfilled. What is our aim? In the SWM rules 2016, we know that all the MSWs has to be cleared off, and whatever will be left has to go to landfill. And that is also according to SWM 2016. We know that not more than 10% should go to the landfill side. So actual aim of our processing of solid waste is that the amount of waste going to the landfill has to be reduced or minimized. And the other aim is that what happens to build a market where this fuel form or the RDF will be sold. Till date, we don't have a proper market. What happens is CPH, Central Public Health Engineering Organization, has set up a pattern. They have stated some rules through which there will be a buyer and there will be a seller. Who is the seller? Seller is the farm who is processing the waste. This is a private farm. Mostly these private farms get the tender from the government authorities or the government bodies. They process the waste at the dump sites, which is under the ULB. ULB means urban local bodies. So the municipal bodies have give the dump site to the this private player or the management operator, and the management operator works along with any other government authorities to process the waste. And after processing the waste, the three fractions that is obtained, mostly the two fractions, that is the inert and the good earth, is taken away by ULBs. Okay. And the other part, that is the RDF, needs a buyer, and that buyer is someone who will be using it in their kilns. And mostly this buyer are the cement plants or the waste to energy plants. Now, well, I'm moving to my model. Since I have only 5 minutes time, see, the present model that is operating here in India is that there is a buyer and a seller, and the government has norms, and government has given directives that uh, every cement kiln has to make a contract, has to sign a contract or memorandum of understanding with any of the RDF sellers. Why they have given this? Because that responsibility is known as extended producer responsibility, that every cement plant has to sign up with the RDF sellers. Now, this pattern of relationship that has developed over the passage of time since 2016 and after, this has given certain problems in the contract or the relationship. Firstly, we can understand that when the price is exogenously set by the government. That is you have 3 grades of RDF, and 3 grades of RDF is rated as 1500, 1800 and 2500. So if everything is set by the government, then why this relationship becomes a compulsion? So my step forward is I am suggesting or proposing a model which is a market model. It will definitely have the more objectives of the government fulfilled, but there will be an introduction of a new unit, that is a co-processing unit. This co-processing unit will engage themselves as a separate unit other than the buyer and a seller and the government, of course. So there are actually 3 parties. Before this, there were tripartite agreements happening in the market. I could not explain the details, but I'm very sorry about that. But here, I can in a very gist format, I can say that the co-processing unit, after appropriating the fraction of RDF from the producer means the private farms who are operating at the dump site for processing the solid waste, the co-processors will be appropriating the waste directly from them. Now, this co-processor, since there are certain characteristics of this co-processing unit, which I will come in the next slide, they will act as a monopolistically competitive market. And after this, when they will be trying to finding out the buyer, they don't have to seek the buyer, or they don't have to chase or push sell the buyer. Rather, the buyer can approach them through a market portal, and those buyers can be either of the two which I have already explained, that either it will be a cement plant or waste to energy plant. Till date, we have 18 waste to energy plants operating in India. So either of the 2 types of buyers will be approaching the co-processing units through the market portal, and uh, a proper market transaction can happen. Well, the basic characteristics, let me come to it. This market model will have an information transparency. Then it is more confined with the what you say, the incentives of the buyers. So the buyers have that is a cement plant or the waste to energy plants, and they will have a more rely on the market, because the buyers will be buying it from the co-processing units, and co-processing units who are working as the monopolistically competitive, who will be working in a monopolistically competitive environment. They will be setting the price themselves according to the demand and supply in the market. And then, since the endogenous price setting is there, so everyone gets the incentive. Then after this, when it is sold to the ultimately to the buyers will be satisfied with that motive, that they are buying a good quality RDF which is clean and of higher grade, and they don't have to spend a lot of money for co-processing it in their plants. They don't have to set up, this is the point which I have already missed, that they have to spend a lot of money in setting up a small co-processing unit in their cement plants. So then have to, yeah, sure, sir. This is my last slide. So this is the thing. So they are getting the incentive of not don't have to co-process the RDF, and the CPUs, which the co-processing units, who are actually acting as a seller in the market here. So they are also getting the incentive, because they have that capability of price setting. So they can also maximize, they can also try to maximize the profit. The only thing is that since it has to be, we are dealing with very sensitive thing, very sensitive item or the very sensitive product. So there has to be the government norms placed right in place with a upper price limit and a lower price limit, and all the regulatory norms in place, and government authorities will can look into the arbitrage or malpractice that can occur during the transaction in this market. And grants and subsidies should be there, because with grants and subsidies, CPHE has calculated, that is the MOHUA has calculated around 23% IRR, that is internal rate of return, and I have calculated around 24% internal rate of return, with 10% RDF getting processed from every waste volume. So there were a lot of things, I couldn't get to it, but this is the thing. I am proposing a market which will be viable and profitable for all the players who are operating in this system. And at the same time, government can also have a control by acting as a regulatory authority. And the problem of RDF, which is not in demand at present, and we as a working in the government sector, we had been pushing the agencies, go and sell the RDF, it is still at the dump site. This type of situation will not occur. Thank you.
Thank you for a very informative and detailed presentation. Now we have Dr. Joy Kormokar, who's going to speak on challenges and strategies in municipal solid waste management in the Kolkata metropolitan area.
Good evening, everyone. Before getting into the presentation, I must thank to the Adri for giving me this opportunity to present this paper. As we know that India's urban population is increasing, and with the increasing population, among the many challenges India is facing, the waste management is one of a kind. And in this paper, I will present an overview of the waste management and challenges for this in Kolkata metropolitan area. So if we look at the CPCB report in India's case, then we will see that nearly 1.6 lakh tons of waste per day generated, and in which only 1.5 lakh tons of waste are collected. So there is a large amount of waste which remains unaccounted. If we look at the cities, metropolitan cities in India, then we will see that nearly 110 million tons of waste generated by the 5 metropolitan cities in India, only 5. So if we count the other cities, then it will also increase. In fact, CPCB report itself estimates that in 2030 it will increase 165 million tons. So it is really a challenging thing. So within this context, so I will present the Kolkata's case. Now, if we look at the Kolkata metropolitan area is spreading almost more than 1800 square kilometer area. It has both rural area and urban area. I'm only concerned about the urban area. Urban area has 41 municipalities and 4 municipal corporations. So it is not a homogeneous thing. It's a heterogeneous. So we will look at the waste management process and the changing composition and how and what are the challenges they are facing. Now, this is a density of Kolkata metropolitan area. So there are municipalities where the population density is as high as 34,000 per square kilometer. And there are municipalities where the um, population density is only 5,000. So so there is a heterogeneous situation in terms of population density. Because why it is important? Because this density has a special role in waste generation. Now, this is a traditional chart which showing the how in Kolkata metropolitan area waste is managed. So it has a 3 segment. One is a collection, and then is a transportation, and the last part is a management. So so I'm only concerned about the household waste, not the there are other types of waste in a municipality, but here my presentation is only concerned about the household waste. So at the primary level, the municipality, it is a very much centralized model in Kolkata metropolitan area. So so each municipality, they have their own worker and they collect the household waste from the each of the household. So into 2016, there was a act which is called Municipal Solid Waste Management Act, which is very important here to mention because before that there was no such segregation. Waste segregation was not there, but after this passing of the act, waste segregation started. Why? Because the municipalities, if they do not segregate their waste, so municipalities will be fined, and that fine is huge. So therefore municipalities have to segregate their waste. But we will see whether it is actually in real situation whether they are segregating or not. Next, this is a waste collection point. So if we look at the waste collection point, so there are formal, which is household, but there are the street side waste collection point is also there, and there are also which is informal waste is I mean people fill people give their waste, household waste, to their nearby places, which is not as, supposed to be there, but still people do that. So and then waste is transported from the these dustbin to the segregated manner. But if we look at these pictures, then we will see that even though there is a blue and green trash can, but they are not segregated, but it is performed as it is being segregated. Now, then the last stage is these waste goes to the ultimate, the either it is if it is a biodegradable waste, then it goes to the waste management, I mean land composting site, or if it is not biodegradable, then it goes for the refuse, I mean waste to energy transformation center. Now, it is, if we look at the West Bengal, urban West Bengal picture, then I will come to the KMA. So, urban West Bengal, 99% waste is collected from household, and 62% is segregated and transported. And out of the segregation, 23% only waste treated, and almost 9% waste are landfilled. Although the segregation has increased and treatment of waste also increased over the years. Last 3 years data is here. Now, this is a KMS situation where we will see that the household generation, total waste generation per day, if we look at the Kolkata's waste is 4,000 metric tons, almost 5,000 metric tons is there. For Kolkata Municipal Corporation alone produces this amount of waste daily. And the growth rate, if we look at the decadal growth rate, it is almost 7.68% of their waste growth. And there are municipalities where only they produces 1 tons of daily waste. Per capita waste generation, if you look at the per capita, Kolkata is a second in terms of per capita waste generation, which is almost 1023 gram per day, almost 1 kg per day per capita waste generation. But Domdom is nearby municipality. So there is a huge South Domdom where the waste generation is maximum. Now the composition is very important because in this picture what we see that the in 2009 to 2020 the biodegradable waste has been increased. It has a special significance because if we wanted to establish a composting plant, then it has to be viable. So it's increasing. So that's a good thing. Now, if you look at the household collection efficiency as per their given data, now there are municipalities where the household efficiency is 100%. But if we look at the average efficiency, which is 85% household collection efficiency, and only 8 municipalities which has the 100% collection efficiency. In fact, Kolkata itself collection efficiency has only 98%. Now, per capita waste collection and generation. So, per capita waste collect, as I already pointed out, that there is a gap between the collection and the generation. So this diagram shows that across the municipalities there is a gap between collection and the generation. Now, this is infrastructure part. So the shortage of there are, I mean, as I pointed out, that this has different segments. The collection waste collection is one segment, and the transport is another segment. So if we look at the transport vehicles, then we will see that the transport vehicles are in shortage. In fact, most of the municipalities do not have the vehicles. Especially, I am talking about the four type of vehicle. One is a tipping truck, non-tipping truck, and then JCB, dumper placer, and the compactor. So these vehicles are not in adequate or sufficient to manage the waste because what we see is that in fact even in Kolkata metropolitan area they don't have the number of the adequate number of tipping trucks. So as a result, what happens, their collection efficiency is collection efficiency hampers. In terms of per 1,000 household, if you look at this data, then we will see that there are only few municipalities which have only two or one one vehicles per 1,000 households. So there is a gap, a huge gap in terms of transporting the waste. Now, if we look at the waste storage depot, which is also an important part in waste management, there is also a gap in terms of waste storage depot. There are areas where, like in Barakpur, there is 16 waste storage depot per 500 households. But there are municipalities where there is no waste storage depot per 500 households. That means that I have pointed out in earlier slides that there are places where people just dump their waste in front of their houses or nearby places. It's because of this factor that there is no waste storage depot or dustbin in nearby places. Now, inadequate. Yes. So there are other factors like the challenges, like the number of landfills. So there are municipalities where there is no landfills. Although I must mention that in Kolkata, as I pointed out, that it is divided. Kolkata metropolitan area is divided by Hooghly River in the west and the east. And the municipalities are actually sharing their infrastructure in terms of the landfill sites. Like Srirampur is one of the municipality which shares so many things with other municipalities. So even though there are municipalities who do not have the any landfill site, but those who have the landfill sites are still inadequate in number. Like the quantity of landfill per day, which is also inadequate in terms of, if you look at in terms of the waste generation. like landfill site, the dump sites are also inadequate. Now, the traditional the first slides in my presentation, that was not a green field, that was a dump site actually, and that dump site has been converted. Now it is full of I mean, the dump site has fully covered there is no space for further dumping that in that ground. So now it becomes a hill in Kolkata, in the periphery of the Kolkata. So there are lack of dump sites, and I mean, there is a challenge that the space challenge is there, because most what we in the municipalities, the ULBs, which is both side of the Hooghly River, what they faces is that the suitable places for dumping ground, because they have to travel these waste there, so they have to carry those waste. If it is far from their places, then it will cost more. So therefore they so that is another challenge they has to face. So the government reports suggest that only 5% are modernizing their dump sites, and government is trying to trying to do so many things, like my earlier presenter Dipankar pointed out, that the RDF scheme and RDF things. So government is planning to doing things. In fact, in January this year, government is union government given 860 crore rupees to the government of West Bengal to set up the mini composting plants across the 1 to 6 ULBs by 2026. So I don't know what will happen to the future of this fund or the scheme. This is another challenge that they have to either manage these waste through composting plant, either develop composting plant, or find out the dumping ground in nearby places, and that is also a challenging thing. Now, so these are basically challenges I am pointing out, and in those which are active in composting plants, mostly are non-functional, and in fact, there are towns which are class 1 town, which class 1 towns means the towns which have populations more than 1 lakh, and they don't have even the composting facilities. So these are really challenging things. So as I pointed out, the government planning to mini composting plant, which is and which focus only 310 kg per day. So that amount of waste they can process. So I just I mean so this is challenge thing. So there may be way forward, and some of the way forward Calcutta Municipal Corporation have taken, like involvement in the private player in terms of waste collection. So they have given some private authorities, just it's a kind of a pilot project they have stated in their report. So and the successful is whether it will be successful or not, that will be depend on their performance. So so it is undergoing. And but I will suggest that since what is important here to understand that the most of the infrastructure or most of the investment are in the waste collection processes, in the waste collection processes. So there is a lack of investment or under investment in the management part. So we need to invest more on the management part, and technology, how to I mean invest on technology and different types of technology on composting plants, and so that from waste we can transfer it to energy, and like establishing mini plants, etc. So that could be done. With this I will end, and I expect a question, if any question. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Kormukar, for a very well thought out presentation. Now we are really short of time, so we can just take a couple of questions from the audience.
Yeah. Hello, sir. I'm Anshuman. I'm working in Adri. So as Dipankar and Josh have both mentioned about the legacy waste and the landfill sites. So I see every urban area in India have a big pile of mountain, either it's Faridabad, Delhi, Patna, or any big city or medium-sized city. So the urban challenges now is two type. One is to complete our legacy waste, eradicate our legacy waste, and continuously to treat our fresh waste that you have talked about. So where should be the municipal be investing? You talked about the technology. It should be investing on management and technology, or it should focus on building a civic sense or building, I mean, we say people to understand you should segregate this waste and this should be dumped like this. And so where should be the municipal authority to be focused on? Either it should be the before the at the source segregation, or it should be the technology that needs to be accumulated for the segregation.
Next question. We just take both the questions at the same time.
I was curious if any municipality is looking into home-based composting, which is very popular in DIY movement, home-based. Bangalore is doing a lot. Do you think Calcutta or any other municipality is taking it up?
Vivekananda, you want to make it really quick or?
About segregation, right? So segregation, how much segregation is taking place? So do you have any information on that?
Okay, I think that's on. Can't take any more questions.
I have data on segregation based. I mean, if you there is a slide which shows that the this. Okay, I don't have that data. How much amount of the waste is segregated? So there is a law, and that law says that you have to segregate. So what they do is generally at the household level. So they given the two types of trash can. So the household, the house. I mean, they have been told to them that you have to disaggregate the biodegradable and non-biodegradable, and they will collect it as it is way. But what I find is that the when they are collecting, so first of all the municipalities they don't have the trash can at the source. I mean, while they are collecting from the house, they don't have the infrastructure to segregate. Sometimes they have, like I have taken this picture from Sirampur municipality. So while they're collecting, they have these segregation trash cans. But in most of the cases, what we see that municipality don't have these trash cans at the lowest level. Now, then there are different levels. So as a result, what happens that the segregation fails. So that's the one thing. And if we look at the other part of this segregation in Kolkata Municipal Corporation, they have their reports and they says that we don't have the infrastructure for segregation in large scale. I mean, large scale at the household level, and the tipping truck. There is an inadequate amount of tipping truck in terms of segregation, so they don't have infrastructure. And I think his question I would like to answer. So where do municipality invest in terms of waste management? Will it be the awareness or the investment on technology? I think that it should be on both way. So if we look at the Kolkata metropolitan areas case, before this 2016 act, there was a awareness campaign, a continuous awareness campaign that you have to segregate the waste at different levels, at the school, at the household. There was a campaign so that people can understand what is the biodegradable, what is non-biodegradable, and where to put the biodegradable and in which can to put non-biodegradable. So awareness is very important. And then definitely technology is also important. So you cannot separate it that you should invest more on technology and you should not invest on awareness. Awareness is very important from the school level. It is very important. And
technology is also municipal. Ultimately, they have to, manage this waste in. They have to convert it into energy, or maybe in a they can convert it into other things. But so that needs technology. So investment, you cannot say that 50% awareness and 50%. It should not be like that. But it's a mechanism thing. It's a methodological thing. How you can manage this. It should be both way. The giving awareness as well as investing on in technology thing.
Okay, first to answer you, everyone is quite aware, everyone is quite knowledgeable. The problem is time constraints, and that's why how much you educate them, they will not be able to segregate it at the source. Whatever uh, waste we get at the dump site is in the mixed form. You can educate people, but you cannot manage time for them, right? So time constraint will not allow us to get the segregated waste like we get in Japan. It is, we are not in that position. Second thing, we have integrated solid waste management in position. There will be some 18 to 20 projects. You will be finding it out within this year only. Integrated solid waste management is solid waste management for both fresh and legacy waste, two plants in the same area. So you will be getting it. WTE plants, that is the waste to energy plants, we have 16 in place. And in the northern part of India, we will be having some 20 more WTE plants. But the thing is that WTE plants have some restrictions, like there cannot be any residential places within 200 yards. And it has to be in that position where the emission is, it should not mix with the carbon emissions. So there are certain norms for that only. The WTE plants cannot be segregated. Third thing is that to set up such things, we will have to have a lot of investment done. Who will be subsidizing it? That is the main issue. So everything is coming, but it will come in a slow process. And sir, to answer you, why the kitchen waste processing and everything is done, I'm just giving you one small data. You heard about Belgachia dump site in the morning when Dr. Ghosh was saying the legacy waste volume at the Belgachia dump site, that is the Howrah dump site, is more than 10 lakh ton. That is already drone surveyed and processing started. And another drone survey is underway, which will also find more than 6 lakh metric ton. So you can understand the volume of waste that comes to the dump site. And that household level thing, it is not possible. It is not possible means the installation is not at all possible. No one will go and purchase an item of more than 80 lakhs for only home purpose. So this is it. It is, since it is not viable, it is very good research. It has been presented in some of the universities where I was also a part of it, but it is viable. It is not viable. It is a good research. So that is there. Thank you.
I just pointed out one thing, sir. What mentions that home-based composting plant is not there, but what we find is that there are a small-scale township is there. So within the municipality, there are some small-scale townships which is developed on the old mills, large old mills. So there may be populations of 5 or 6,000 population. So there is a waste management thing is there, which is they manage their waste and which is kind of a scalable. That's why they do. But otherwise, there is no such thing.
But the investment is very huge.
Yes, yes.
Very
Okay, you know, it's time to close this session, and let's give the speakers a big hand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dipankar, Dr. Joy, and Professor Siddharth for this informative session. We are now at the last session of the day. We will now proceed to the screening of the film, which is titled Service City by Sanjay Srivastav, and he is joining us through online, through Zoom. I would like to request Professor Sinha to kindly provide a brief about this session.
See on the screen? Is he on the screen? Get in a program. Sanjay, are you on? Can you
Yes,
can you
I'm here. Yes.
yeah, you can hear me. I can go on the screen. Can Hi Sanjay, good to see you. Sorry you couldn't make it here. So let me introduce Professor Sanjay Srivastava briefly. Sanjay Srivastava is a British Global Professor at SOAS, University of London. His research interests consist of urban cultures, consumerism, middle class cultures, and ethnographies of this. Some of his key publications are Constructing Post-Colonial India, National Character, and the Doon School, Passionate Modernity, Sexuality, Class, and Consumption in India, Entangled Urbanism, Slum, Gated Community, and Shopping Mall in Delhi and Gurgaon, and Masculinity and the Post-National Cities, Neighborhoods, Home, and Consumerism. Uh, so Sanjay is a very well-known, internationally renowned uh, urban sociologist, and recently he's come up with a film on the people who do surveys all the time, which is what Adri kind of people do. So it's very, very relevant for us. Now, Sanjay, would you like to introduce the film first?
Yeah. Shall I go ahead? Hello, shall I start?
Okay, now you are back. So
Okay, yeah.
please go ahead and introduce the film and then we will screen it.
Thank you. Thank you to Professor Ajit Sinha. Ajit, of course, not only distinguished scholar, very old friend. I'm very happy to say I rather not mention how many years it makes us both quite old. So so thank you for this opportunity. I'm sorry I can't be there because of other engagements. The film is really about I'm glad that the last session was on waste and disaggregation and those kinds of issues, because you'll see that there's a link between the last panel and what the film is about. In many ways, the film is about the social life of policy. What happens to policies on the ground? What happens to policies once it mingles with the people? So it's actually about then the everyday state, the manner in which people encounter the state, on an everyday basis. And then it's also about in our cities, the most vulnerable people, how do they deal with the state? How do government procedures and policies deal with the most vulnerable people in our cities? So, and I suppose one of the things this film would like to get across is that there are different, as you all, I'm sure you know, that there are different levels of state, different levels of governance, and how and what actually happens at different levels is not necessarily always coordinated. And of course, it affects people in different ways. It affects poor people in different ways. It affects middle class people in different ways. And this is very much about the most vulnerable in the city. What happens to policies when they mingle with the people in the most vulnerable sections of society.
So,
and I'll just stop. And ultimately, it's about peoples. And finally, it's about in an academic context, it's a different kind of presentation in the hope that academic outputs can be of different kind, and perhaps engage different kinds of audiences that maybe an academic paper or a book may not be able to do. So I'll just stop here and maybe we can come back when the film is finished. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, your Wi-Fi is weak, so sometimes you are getting frozen. But anyway, we will screen the film first, and we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
जरीना जरीना अरे ये मारा वाला नहीं उसका भाई तुम्हारा पड़ोसी का कौशल्या कौशल्या गोपाल मुन्ना देवी हबीबुल मिर्जा मोहम्मद लुकमान परवीन जमीना
इवन डेवलपमेंट की जब हम बात करते हैं खासकर शहरों में और किस तरह से फोर्स्ड इविक्शन होता है, किस तरह से डिस्प्लेसमेंट होता है गरीबों का, और उनके लिए कोई मतलब कोई एक ग्रीवेंस ऐसा कुछ है नहीं कि वो जाके कहाँ कंप्लेंट करें, किससे बात करें। एक तो उनको कुछ पता ही नहीं होता है कि ये जगह फॉरेस्ट की है या किसकी है। वो किसी से खरीदते हैं, गांव से आते हैं, माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स होते हैं, दिल्ली का कुछ अता पता नहीं होता है उनको, तो बेचारे परेशान हो जाते हैं।
कबीरा इस संसार में कभी
मोबाइल पे कर रहे थे, किसी को कागज कोई कुछ भी नहीं दिया, मोबाइल पे देख के, मोबाइल पे आधार कार्ड भी मोबाइल पे, सबके बच्चे के बड़ों के सबके मोबाइल पे चढ़ा रहे थे। चढ़ा के फिर उसके बाद एक OTP बोले, OTP संभाल के रखना। किवाड़ पे भी लिख के दे रहे थे, जो किवाड़ पे लिख के बोले OTP संभाल के रखना, बस यही बोले और कुछ नहीं बोले। बहुत जन ने पता लगाया जो किस चीज़ के लिए हो रहा है, उन्हें बोला है कि बस सर्वे हो रहा है, किसी को बोला ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, ये नहीं तो और वैसे कुछ भी नहीं होता है। जो आते साल पे तो 10 बार आते, सर्वे करते चले जाते, इसलिए बहुत जनों ने संभाल के रखा, किसी ने संभाल के नहीं रखा। मेरा खिंचाई कर रही है। इसका बदला मैं बाद में लूंगी, चाय में या पानी में।
अंदर खो जा अपना तो मुझसे बुरा नहीं। कबीरा जब हम पैदा हुए, कबीरा जब हम पैदा हुए तो जग हंसे हम रोए, ऐसी करनी कर चलो तो हम हंसे जग रोए।
19 साल तो हो गया, 19-20 साल तो हो गया हम लोग जनने का बाद यहाँ पे जो बैठा, 20 साल हो गया, तो कोई कुछ बोला नहीं। जो ये नंबर हमारा है क्या, तो कुछ बोला नहीं, जो नंबर डाला वही नंबर।
अरे हमारा नंबर तो सरकार ने डाल के गया। अभी ये है, ये प्रूफ है सिल्वर का प्रूफ, वो सरकार डाल के गया है। वही है हमारा जो घर दिखा है,
हम तो खुद 40 साल हो गया, 1 साल का लेके आया था। नहीं, खाली जमुना से यहाँ
आ गया।
हम लोग का शादी भी यहाँ हुआ, बच्चा सब यहाँ।
हम लोग छोटा छोटा था, हमारा माँ लाया था, लेकिन हमारा माँ खत्म हो गई।
40 साल से यहाँ पे हूँ, 1 साल का लेके आया था,
वो पूरी
40 साल
एजेंटी कार्ड।
वालों को ये नहीं पता था कि हम क्यों आए।
अंदर खो जा अपना तो मुझसे बुरा नहीं। कबीरा जब हम पैदा
सर्वे वाले के नाम से फेमस
सर्वे वाली हो
सर्वे वाली। आज जब मैं ये सर्वे करने के लिए आई थी तो इनके पास ये सर्वे आईडी नहीं थी, तो जो मेरे को ड्यूसिप की लिस्ट मिली थी तो मैंने इनका नाम चेक किया और इनका एड्रेस चेक किया, तो इनका पास सर्वे आईडी नहीं थी। तो हमने फिर ऐसे डोर टू डोर जाके ये सर्वे आईडी इनका ढाला, फिर इनका ऐसे ढाला, जैसे ये इस घर में 2 सर्वे हुआ था तो एक ये रहा, ऐसे करके हमने इनको इनकी आईडी दी।
वहाँ पर लेडीज जेंट्स सभी होते हैं, बहुत जने तो ये जेंट्स के चक्कर पे जाते भी नहीं हैं, क्योंकि जेंट्स ज़्यादा रहते हैं। घर के पास ही पार्क है हमारा, फिर हम इसी चक्कर पे नहीं जाते कि वहाँ पर जेंट्स ज़्यादा है। हम जैसे काम करते हैं, काम करके हम 12 महीने तो हम काम ही करते रहते हैं, घर के काम बाहर के काम करने के बाद हमें कभी कभार हम घूमने आते हैं फैमिली के साथ, हमें बहुत अच्छा लगता है। बच्चे हम सब घूमने जाते हैं। जेंट्स हम थोड़ा एक्सरसाइज करेंगे, वो हमें देखते रहेंगे, यही थोड़ा घबराहट सा होता है। जो लोग वहाँ कहेंगे घर की बहू आके जिम ये एक्सरसाइज कर रही है, ये कर रही है, कोई दो बातें ना सुना दे, कोई वीडियो ना कर ले, ये से भी डर लगता है, इसलिए हम जा नहीं पाते।
जो एक अवेयरनेस बिल्डिंग करना था इनको बस्तियों में, पहले पोस्टर लगाने थे, कंसल्टेशन करना था कि इस तरह का CMAY का एक सर्वे होने जा रहा है जिसमें हम हाउस होल्ड सर्वे करेंगे। आप लोग को एक डेट भी देते हैं या 3-4 डेट देते हैं, क्योंकि कुछ लोग गांव चले गए होते हैं, कुछ लोग शादी में गए होते हैं, तो एक डेट पर तो सब अवेलेबल नहीं हो सकते हैं, कुछ लोग काम पे चले गए होते हैं। तो एक प्रोसेस होता है उसका सर्वे का कि आप पहले नोटिस लगाओ, कंसल्टेशन करो लोगों के साथ, और ये नोटिस एटलीस्ट 3 महीने पहले लगना चाहिए ताकि लोगों को पता चले कि इस तारीख को हमारे यहाँ एक सर्वे होने वाला है, ताकि लोग अपना काम वाम छोड़ के या कुछ और प्लान ना करते हुए वो लोग घर पे रहे। ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं, अचानक ये लोग आते हैं, एक दिन पहले बोलते हैं कि आपके यहाँ सर्वे होगा। सर्वे किस लिए होगा, क्या होगा, उसका पर्पस क्या है, उसका मोटिव क्या है, वो कैसे होगा, उसका लाभ क्या होगा, ये कभी किसी को बताया नहीं गया कोई भी बस्ती में। तो इनिशियली जब हमको भी पता चला कि इस तरह का सर्वे हो रहा है तो हम लोगों ने विरोध किया।
हाँ, तो ये है, इनका भी 35 है और इनका भी 35। जो है फैमिली का जो सर्वे हुआ है वो एक एड्रेस पे 2 कर दिया, सेम नाम है मगर एक में A लगा दिया और एक में A नहीं लगाया।
इन्हीं का ही नाम है।
अच्छा,
मतलब 2 नाम इनका
ही 2 सर्वे कर दिया। एड्रेस सेम है, 35 में किसी एक में A लगा दिया और एक में A नहीं लगाया।
अच्छा, लेकिन नाम दोनों का एक ही है।
हाँ, जैसे ये है ना 35 नूर-ए-निसा, 35 है
ये तो अलग ना। अच्छा, ये भी है।
सेम हस्बैंड का नाम आ गया।
लेकिन अच्छा तो नाम, लेकिन नाम दोनों अलग अलग लोग रहते हैं ना।
जी जी जी, अलग अलग
फैमिली
अलग है मगर बट इनका कोई इशू नहीं है और सब इनका सर्टिफिकेट भी है दो।
इस समय पे सर्वे यहाँ
नहीं सर्वे टाइम पे यहाँ थी। हाँ, ये थी सर्वे के टाइम। दोनों ही सर्वे के टाइम मौजूद थी, इन्होंने सर्वे भी करवाया अपना।
उस समय मतलब बताया नहीं कि नाम एक ही क्यों डाला, ऐसे कुछ पूछा
नहीं, इन्होंने ये बताया था बट उन्होंने मिस्टेक कर दिया था, इस चक्कर में एक जैसा। और है भी तो सेम।
ID documents. ID का नाम चला।
हाँ।
तो अलग अलग होंगे ना उस पे नाम वाला ID।
नहीं, नूर-ए-निसा दोनों सेम नाम है, देखो ना।
नहीं, जो कि ID दिखाया होगा सर्वे के समय, वो तो अलग अलग घर के अलग अलग नाम होंगे।
हाँ, अलग अलग घर के अलग अलग नाम थे मगर जो उन्होंने मिस्टेक ना यहाँ कर दिया।
इनका एक ही नाम दो जगह 2 एड्रेस पे कर दिया, हमारे एड्रेस पे भी कर दिया, इनके एड्रेस पे भी कर दिया, ये मिस्टेक हो गई है।
ID भी अलग है, 41 और 42 2 सर्वे कर दिया ना। सर्वे ID 42 है और एक में 41 कर दिया। एक ही बंदे का 2 सर्वे हुआ है और 2 अलग अलग सर्टिफिकेट है, तो इनका जो एक कैंसिल करवाना पड़ेगा।
और ये 47 ए 35 আর মোদের ই 47 ওটা 35 তোদের এ এসে এটা মোদের খালি ই এসে তো ওই জন্য তোদের ই বি এতে একটা আছে ই वाला একটা আছে এ वाला একটা পারফেক্ট অ্যাড্রেস আছে হ্যাঁ ভাবি দি দুইটাই না হ্যাঁ তোর নাম আছে মোরে নাম অন্য ইতে আছে আমার নাম भी तो है ना इसमें जी हमारा नाम भी तो है मुझे देवी है ना
মোদের নাম এসে কি মোদের
সে বুঝতে পারবেন তোমাকে সাইড ধরলে চাইলো
অনেক একটা সাইড
তোমার নাম এসেছিল সেদিনকে টিক করছিল নি এম এসএল দেড় सत्ताई कौन है
सब मतलब बहुत से लोगों का नहीं आया है और जिनका आया है उन्हीं का हम पता करते हैं, जिसका आया बाद में आएगा, जिसका नहीं आया उनका बाद
तो
में।
लिखे है दिया
दरवाजा
में कोड नंबर लिखा है सब कुछ लिखा है और नाम नहीं आया लिख नहीं है
तो अभी सर्टिफिकेट किसका है, इनका है किनका है?
दोनों का ही है।
दोनों का आ गया, लेकिन एक ही दोनों का मतलब तो पता अलग अलग लेकिन नाम ही वही है ना, लेकिन सर्टिफिकेट में मिला है नाम अलग अलग मिला है।
सब दोनों के अलग अलग नाम है, एड्रेस सेम है।
हाँ।
नौ दस मास बनन कला
देने के लिए तो कह रहा तुम्हारा नाम अभी आया नहीं, लिस्ट में तो सब नाम है और इसमें अभी आया नहीं काफी में, तो जब हम बाद में फिर आएंगे तुम्हारा लेंगे, अभी तो जिसका नाम है उसका आधार कार्ड दे दो। तो बहुत लोगों का लेके गया था, हमारा लेके नहीं गया था, बहुत लोग का लेके नहीं गया, खाली हमारा अकेला का नहीं, बहुत लोग का लेके नहीं गया। ये मैडम ने बोला तुम्हारा अभी नाम नहीं आया ऐसे बोला, तो फोटो तो जिस टाइम खींचा था पूरा कॉलोनी का खींचा था, सबका खींचा था, हम लोग का भी खींचा था, तो सबका नाम आया, बहुत लोग का आया, बहुत लोग का आया नहीं।
हमारा बहू का
किस नाम से?
अच्छा, आप लोगों को पता है कि ये क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा?
हाँ, ये वाला जानकारी पहले दे दो ना।
किसी को पता है कि आज क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पर? नहीं बता तो अच्छा है।
नहीं बता
ये सर्वे नहीं हो रहा है। ये क्या है कि दिल्ली सरकार ने 2019 में एक अनाउंसमेंट किया था कि जहां झुग्गी वही मकान, तो उसके लिए उन्होंने एक सर्वे किया और सर्वे के माध्यम से आप लोगों को आपके घर का एक सर्टिफिकेट देना था कि ये आपका घर है, जिसमें फैमिली का फोटो लिया था उन्होंने और इन्फॉर्मेशन लिया था। तो उसीलिए उन्होंने सर्वे किया था और वो हुआ था 2019 में, तो उसका आज आप लोगों को सर्टिफिकेट दिया जा रहा है। आज कोई सर्वे नहीं हो रहा, वो जो सर्टिफिकेट आपका वहाँ पड़ा हुआ था वो सर्टिफिकेट आज आप लोगों को बांटा जा रहा है, ताकि आपके पास जो सर्टिफिकेट रहे, उस सर्टिफिकेट से आपको क्या फायदे हैं कि सरकार ने जो एक वादा किया था आप लोगों के लिए कि जहाँ झुग्गी वही मकान, वो सरकार ने कहा था, लेकिन कहने के बावजूद उन्होंने क्या करा, कहने के साथ उन्होंने आपको एक सर्टिफिकेट भी दिया कि ये सर्टिफिकेट जहाँ झुग्गी वही मकान, ये उसके आधार पे ये आपका सर्टिफिकेट है कि ये वाला घर आपका है। जब हम बात करते हैं ना कि बीपी सिंह ने हमें जो सिल्वर का टोकन दिया था, वो सिर्फ एक सिल्वर का टोकन है और उसमें कोई एड्रेस, सिर्फ एड्रेस था, ना ही उसमें किस एजेंसी ने तुम्हें दिया, किस सरकार ने तुम्हें दिया, उसमें कुछ भी नहीं था। जो सर्टिफिकेट है जो सरकार आपको आज दे रही है, इसमें सरकार का पूरा, आपके मुख्यमंत्री जो है अभी के अरविंद केजरीवाल, उनका भी फोटो है, उसमें इन्होंने लिख के भी दिया है कि मुख्यमंत्री आवास योजना मेरा घर। तो इसलिए आप लोगों से भी 2-4 बातें पूछा जाएगा कि इसके बारे में सही तरीके से आपको जानकारी मिली थी या नहीं मिली थी। तो इसी के लिए ये एक छोटा सा मीटिंग रखा गया, ठीक है, इसीलिए ये मीनू कौर गौतम, मोहम्मद अहमद,
कितना तरह तरह का सर्वे हुआ याद है? क्या क्या
इतना तो भाई ये तो याद नहीं है हमारा, बहुत सारा सर्वे बहुत हुआ है।
क्या हुआ सर्वे में? लोग क्या क्या
तो वही तो बात है ना, अब कुछ हुआ नहीं तो किसी का ध्यान नहीं रहता।
बहुत सर्वे करने
हाँ,
लोग जो आते
बहुत
हैं,
सारे करके
कि
जाते
आपको
हैं।
क्या
सब लिख के जाता
किस
है।
चीज का सर्वे है,
तुम्हारा
ये
घर का
तो
नंबर क्या है,
बस
लिख के चले गए।
बताते नहीं है।
कितना बार हुआ होगा?
और
पिछले
इस
20,
बार जो
25,
ये
30 साल
सर्वे
में?
करके गया था इसी ने बताया।
इतना तो नहीं है, बहुत दफा हमारा सर्वे हुआ है।
10 बार, 20 बार, 30 बार?
हाँ, इतना हो गया।
बहुत बार हुआ होगा। हर बार कोई ना कोई नंबर डाल के जाता था क्या? नंबर किस लिए था?
नाम क्या है तुम्हारा, नाम लिख लिया, तुम्हारा घर का एड्रेस ही लिख लिया, बस निकालिए।
और एक दिन एक आदमी आया बैठ बैठ के गली में सबका नाम लिख के, आधार कार्ड का सबका लिख के ले गया था।
पूछा नहीं क्यों?
वही सर्वे ही होगा।
कोई दिक्कत नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं। ये जब फोटो खींचते हैं ना तभी होगा, बाकी कोई इसमें दिक्कत नहीं। कोड है ना, इस कोड में आपने कितना फैमिली का कराया, कितने लोग इसमें जुड़े हुए सर्वे में, सब लिखा होता है उनके पास। इसमें सिर्फ फोटो देखो, इसमें जैसे सीता का एक ही लेके का फोटो, तुम्हारा 2 है लेकिन सीता का 1 है, ऐसे होता है। शाम पूर्णिमा, सायरा बानू, राम शेख, सलमा शेख, खलील शेख, सलमा, ইনাকে ডাকাও তোমাকে সব দিবা হবে নি, একটাই দিবা হবে। নুসরাত, फातिमा, नाम नहीं लिखा हुआ इसमें, फातिमा लिखा हुआ।
ये झंडे हमने वो 15 अगस्त वाले दिन हमने पहना था। नहीं, हमारे यहाँ सब लेडीज ने सबने पहना था, बच्चे से लेके सबने 15 अगस्त दिन बहुत धूमधाम से इस बार हमने मनाया। फिर तसल्ली मिला जो ये कागज़ के थ्रू कुछ मिलेगा, शायद यदि यहाँ से कोई तोड़ मोड़ दे तो हमें कुछ आगे जाके कोई ज़मीन मिलेगा, कोई घर मिलेगा। हाँ, वहाँ पर दूसरा महल होगा जो वहाँ पर अच्छे बच्चे को, हस्बैंड को अच्छी तरीके से हम रख सकते हैं।
जब सर्वे का काम आया डूसिप के पास, डूसिप ने एक नोडल एजेंसी को पकड़ा जिसका नाम SPYM थे। तो SPYM ने क्या करा कि कॉलेज से और कुछ लड़कों को उन्होंने जोड़ा, इसमें जोड़ने के बाद उन्होंने एक छोटा सा ट्रेनिंग दिया 1-2 दिन का कि आपको ये सर्वे करना है। लेकिन जिन लोगों को ट्रेनिंग दिया गया उसके बाद और लोग जुड़े, और जो लोग ट्रेनर थे वो लोग सुपरवाइज़र बन गए, वो लोग एक जगह जाके बैठ गए, और जो लोग ग्राउंड में सर्वे कर रहे थे उनको जानकारी नहीं था कि सर्वे के बाद लोगों का क्या होगा।
तो एक तरह का एक प्रेसिडेंट हमने बनाया है कि किस तरह से सिविल सोसाइटी लोकल गवर्नेंस में इन्वॉल्व होकर लोगों तक सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर रहा है। तो ये सर्टिफिकेट एक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एक उसका एक एग्जांपल है कि अगर जहाँ पे सरकार फेल हो रही है या जो ब्यूरोक्रेट फेल हो रहे हैं, तो सिविल सोसाइटी अपना इनिशिएटिव लेके इंटरवेन करके सरकार और लोगों को का जो गैप है, जो ब्रिज बन के उनको वो डिलीवर करा रहा है, जो पॉसिबल नहीं था।
हसीना बानो, शेख आकिर अली, जमीला कुर्बान, रसीदा। उनको तुम लोगों को जो नहीं मिला या तो तुम लोगों का सर्वे सही से नहीं हुआ, तो इसके बारे में तुम कुछ बता सकते हो? जो सर्वे सही से नहीं हो पाया था या क्या था, तो आपका फोटो लिया गया क्या था? नहीं, ये नहीं, 2019 में जो विभाग से लोग आए थे, क्या आपने अपना पूरा जो जानकारी उनको दिया था? अच्छा,
सब कुछ करवा रहे हैं।
तो क्या लगता है आपको, क्यों नहीं हुआ आपका?
अभी ये तो सरकार ही बताएंगे क्या है, क्या नहीं। सरकार का ही हमारे सामने इनका ले लो।
बात करेंगे। आए दीदी, आप लोग भी आ जाइए। क्या आपका भी नहीं आया ना? आप भी करें।
अरे गया तो उधर तो खींचा खींची करे तो नाम भी सुना जाए।
आप लोग इधर हो ना।
क्या नाम है?
इन्होंने 150 लोगों का दिया हमें, और जो बाकी लोग हैं उनके लिए हम आगे लाएंगे। पहले ये बच जाने दो। आपका अगर है तो आप रुको, नहीं है तो आप लोग जाओ। ठीक है, आप लोगों का नाम लिया था। अरे बैठ जाओ ना, अरे बैठ जाओ ना, आप लोगों को तो मिलेगा ही मिलेगा।
तो उनको क्या था कि जैसे सर्वे कंप्लीट होगा तो उनका एक यूनिक आईडी बन जाता था, यूनिक कोड। तो यूनिक कोड वो लोगों के दरवाजे में लिखे थे, लेकिन उन्होंने ये तक नहीं बताया था कि ये यूनिक कोड हम क्यों डालते हैं।
अंदर खो जा अपना तो मुझसे बुरा नहीं। कबीरा जब हम पैदा
आपका कहाँ का आया? मतलब मैं माँ के घर रहती थी ना, तो मेरा आया, भाई का नहीं आया, और वो झगड़ा करेगा मेरे को, ये टेंशन हो रही है। नहीं, मैं माँ के घर किराए पे रहती थी, अम्मी के घर। तो फिर वो कहाँ पे रहते थे? वो भी था, लेकिन वो काम पे गया हुआ था। मैंने मम्मी के लोग के सर्वे कर लिया था, तब तो मम्मी का भी इंतकाल हो गया ना। हमारे घर 3 दिन मतलब नहीं है, अब मैं अकेली रहती हूँ और भैया रहता, तो उसका नहीं आया, मेरा आ गया। वो क्या करते हैं? वो कबाड़ी बिनता है। मैडम जाओ, थैंक यू। तो वो कबाड़ी बिनता है। तो आप क्या बोलेंगे उनको, क्या हुआ? मतलब यही कि क्या करूँ, मुझे छुपा करना पड़ेगा, क्या करना कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा। आना चाहिए वैसे उसका भी, क्योंकि उसी का घर है। लोग ऐसे हैं ना, बता देंगे तुरंत किसका कार्ड आ गया, तेरा नहीं आया। अब मैं इसी थोड़ा लड़ाई वड़ाई के चक्कर में किराए पर रहती हूँ।
कबीरा जब हम पैदा हुए तो जग हंसे हम रोए, ऐसी करनी कर चलो।
ये कार्ड आ गया ना, और बता समझते नहीं है वो यही तो नहीं समझता। हाँ, वो सोचता है कि मतलब ये उतना हो गया, अब ये टूट जाएंगी तो इसे ही मिलेगा, मुझे नहीं मिलेगा। इंसान की हो जाती है ना थोड़ा सा। दुनिया में हम ही दो रहेंगे भाई बहन, अब हम दोनों में अगर नहीं बन के रहेगा तो किसके पास जाएगा। चलो ठीक है, थैंक यू।
चदरिया झीनी रे झीनी, तेरा नाम रसुली। चदरिया झीनी रे झीनी, तेरा नाम रसुली। चदरिया झीनी रे।
Okay, so that was brilliant. I open it. They might have. I guess it's late in the day. People are tired, but and yeah, Siddharth, go ahead. Give him the mic. Did you hear the question? You get
Sorry, you were frozen. My connection is okay. It's got a strong connection. You have to quickly repeat it if you can.
put your question.
Can you summarize the objective of this documentary?
Well, there are several. One is the how do you, I'm an academic, and one is how do you maybe produce different kinds of products of research which has a different audience, which engages the audience in different ways. So academic articles and books are, mainly read by academics and their colleagues. That's one. And also to think about how to put a human face in terms of those who are subjects of policy. What happens to them? And so that's why this film is an attempt to. I mean, it's a context that many of you, if not all of you, will be familiar with. But nevertheless, to think about what is the human face of the policy? What are the everyday ways in which people on the ground deal with policy measures and what happens to them? So there are different kinds of objectives. One is, of course, it is meant for university audience to make them think about certain topics. But these are, I guess, broadly would be the objectives behind a film such as this.
Okay, you see, I mean, you are getting frozen quite often, so it's not working very well. So let me, unless somebody else has a short question or something. Could you just switch off your video? Then maybe you
Okay. It's still frozen.
Of the plight that they, went through during the surveys. I was just wondering, there was no official, version of, different sort of surveys that is being conducted. So I was wondering if you can share.
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Unfortunately, if the screen became frozen.
Could you hear the question?
I think the question was about whether there were official versions of the different kinds of surveys that are done. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yes, but we deliberately didn't want to film sort of in government offices because of different kinds of issues. We are familiar with different kinds of surveys that happen, and the idea behind the film was to think about the everyday ways in which state, government bureaucracies work. That's why we focused on the people. So ultimately, any policy has to be about what happens to people, right? And what happens to the most vulnerable people. So of course, there would be different versions of different kinds of surveys. But for most of us, we know that, most of us, as academics, as policymakers, as bureaucrats, we are familiar with that. And I was more interested in looking at what happens when we speak of policies, what happens to policies, what is the everyday life of a policy, if you like? What is the social life of a policy? In order that we think, we have some sense of why is it sometimes policies don't work. It's not because, policymakers don't have good intentions, academics don't contribute to it, but unless you understand the social context in which a policy has to operate, just as was being described in the last panel, that you may have the best policies and laws, but there are specific social contexts within which these policies and laws have to operate. So it is an attempt to focus on that, the everyday life of a policy, the everyday life of the state, for example. And that's a big field in my area, sociology and anthropology, ethnographies of the state. How does the state actually work as a disaggregated mechanism rather than one monolithic thing that we think there's the parliament or that is the state. The state, as we know, is something that works on the ground. And that's what my interest was, and hence the focus of the film.
Good, thank you. So yeah, this technology is still like, it's in its infancy, so it didn't work very well. So you got frozen quite often, but then if people appreciated your film. It's in my opinion, it's quite brilliant. So thanks again for coming from distance.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks. What's happening? It's just frozen on.
Invite to dinner. Uh, you are staying in Hotel Panache. Some of you are not, but most of you. So the dinner is at Hotel Panache on the ground floor at 7:30. Okay.
Thank you, sir. And this is the QR code to please give your feedback. This is a feedback form. Thank you. We will now meet tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you.